The credit belongs to the man who was actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again. Because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds? Who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who, at the best, knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who, at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat.
Spartans! What is your profession?
Well. Look who the cat dragged in. What's going on, people? Yeah, just got off work. Saw nobody was live. Felt kind of boring this Saturday night, early Sunday morning. So I said, why not? I don't expect to see a lot of people in because there probably ain't nobody streaming right now. But like I said, it is what it is. So we're gonna have the most fun we can with it. And we're gonna make sure we gonna do what we can for the time being that I am here. But I had already dropped the link for people just to come on. Let me go ahead and put you as a. They got standard and managing moderator. Okay. Okay, that's different. But anyway, yeah, I'm just getting tired of the whole, people getting mad about Pearly in this space, and you got all these content creators talking about Pearl's the king or the leader of the black. Like, listen, stop with this shit, man. Like, we did this shit a while ago where some parts of the manosphere were going at each other's necks. We did that. That shit is old. We don't need to revisit that shit. Everybody needs to go ahead and just do their content. Nobody's actually talking about fucking Pearl or any of that bullshit, right? Just stop with that shit. You could talk about her. That's fine. But stop trying to act like she came from this space when she didn't. That's the most disingenuous shit I've ever heard in my fucking life. And people who are saying that need to stop. They really do need to stop. And I really honestly think it's some of these new guys who don't know nothing about this space and think manosphere just means us. And it don't. The different sectors of this manosphere shit. What's up, Charles?
What's up?
I could barely hear you.
Let me get off my headphones for a second. Hold on. Turn these motherfuckers off. Woo! It's a national holiday. It's a real one's birthday.
Well, it's 4/2/23, so it's not a national holiday no more, sir.
Well, I'm in Colorado. It's only 10:39, motherfucker. Whoa!
This guy. I thought you were gonna do a live.
I did.
I thought talking about like in place of Coliseum.
I would have, but I got busy because of the training.
The tranny? What?
Training.
Oh, okay. Hey, you need to learn how to speak, man. I don't know what you be saying, man. Come on now.
No. We don't want you to admit that you got a thing for trannies, okay?
No, sir. No, sir.
You know what they call you? They call you bottoms up. Anyway. Whoa! Here's what I got to think about this whole Pearly thing. I don't think nothing about it. That being said, Pearly has never affected my money, has never garnered me more acknowledgement. So why the fuck would I care what Pearly does and who she brings on her show? Y'all motherfuckers don't understand what a useful tool is. If she could get into sections that talk red pill shit and use our talking points, so fucking be it.
Well, my thing is like, that's the guys. It's just like, do you guys want this stuff to go out, or you just want this to be a he-man woman haters club and just stay in our dark little corner?
Some of them do because they're socially awkward. Okay? Let's call a spade for a second. Now, when we figure out the complexities of this shit, it's because a lot of dudes here are not used to having females do shit for them. A lot of motherfuckers are used to being the downtrodden anyway.
I mean, like I said, it's gonna be up to the. Like I said in my video this morning or this afternoon, it's gonna be up to the viewership. If the viewers want to destroy this space, they can destroy it. Don't support the content creators. You'll see a whole bunch of content creators just switch gears.
It's already been that way. Think about it. How many females got bigger channels than us? And these Jane come latelys get all the fucking money, get all the fucking viewership. But these niggas still come around to us thinking that we supposed to support them.
Not only that, we were the ones, because you've been around just kind of, I think, almost just as long as I've had.
Yep, I've been around for years.
I remember the damn wars that we've had, even with the female content creators back in like 2016. Remember when our channels were, everybody's channels getting ready to be taken because of Obsidian's dumbass going after that congresswoman, and everybody's channels get threatened to be taken down.
Matter of fact, people forget I'm the person who embarrassed Cynthia G with one question. There were times when people like myself, Angry Man, and others went to other people's chats to debate them. See, a lot of guys out here really do want a He-Man hater space. Because once you got the women back at the table, what did you demand?
Talk to me nicely.
What was your peace treaty? I told people this one thing. Fuck submission. I want your devotion. You only will submit to me because it benefits you for your survival. I want you to be dedicated and devoted to my cause. Because you know, God damn it, I'm going to be the fuck. I got the way to get us out of this shit.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. A lot of if women came to the table, guess what? We had our mouths closed.
And a lot of them just wanted the women to just talk to be a little nicer.
Yeah, I honestly think that. I think a lot of guys just wanted the women just to talk to him nicer. That's it. That's all you wanted. You didn't want, to be the head of your households. You didn't want there to be a different family dynamic or whatever whatever you wanted. And because I did that live stream when I said, "What do black men want?" and none of the guys that came on the panel could tell me what they wanted. Like, and it could have been anything. What do you want out of fucking life? And it's like, I don't know. I don't. I was like, come
See,
on, dude. You
I want you
you
to ask
have
me
you have to have some type of reflection in yourself to ask yourself, okay, what do I desire out of my life? Because
I
you
want
only
you to,
have one fucking life. So
I want
whatever you want out of it, you need to know that. You need to know what you want.
I want you to ask me that question.
What do you want, y'all?
I want a woman's devotion. I don't want a woman who's 1 foot out the door and 1 foot somewhere else. I want her to see my plan as the growth for generations to come. That's what the fuck I want. Does that sound like a man with a plan to you? See, the problem is that black men are so down in the dumps that they don't even understand what it means to be a man. And sometimes being a man, you're demanding of yourself and others. Shit got to be done. Fuck you and your feelings.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. EJS had FD Signify on this panel the other day. And
That was embarrassing.
I just asked him, where you from? Well, I wasn't going to say where you from. I'm from Chicago. So stop your goddamn lying and say, you a teacher? You see first motherfucking hand how fucking this system is against black boys.
You ever read the what was it, Never Argue with a Donkey? Because I just saw it today. Hang on, let me see if I can find it.
My father always told me never interrupt a fool making a mistake.
Here it is. Let me see if I can share it real quick. Because that's what FD reminds me of. A donkey. This donkey in this story. Let me see if I can share. There you go. Don't argue with a donkey. The donkey says to the tiger, the grass is blue. The tiger replies, no, the grass is green. The discussion heated up, so they submitted the aberration before the lion, the king of the jungle. And the lion in the story said, well, the donkey shouted out, Your Majesty, is the grass blue, right? And the lion responded, yes, you are correct. The grass is blue. And the tiger contradicts and annoys me. And the donkey sees the tiger contradicts me and annoys me. Please punish him. The lion punishes the tiger with 5 years of silence. And so the donkey goes off cheering. The lion says, Your Majesty, why have you punished me? Everyone knows the grass is green. The lion said, yes, you are very true. But you're being punished because a brave and intelligent creature like you wasted time arguing with a donkey. And on top of that, bothered me with a silly question that doesn't even deserve an attention.
Exactly.
Don't argue with fools. Let them be fools.
Exactly. Once I asked my question and they were answered, I noticed I just backed the fuck off. When he couldn't answer me directly, and notice how masterfully it was. When I asked him, what do you think the relationship with most black boys and their mothers is like? Well, I can't. Oh, you're supposed to be an intellectual, but you can't tell me that most of these black women do not respect their son.
Shit, the simple fact that you're an intellectual, you're supposed to read it like you didn't know who Richard Reeves and all these other guys were who are talking about the same stuff that we're talking about. Guess what? The conversation should be ending right there. We should not even allow you back on the panel. Like, nah, you good. I mean, you obviously don't know nothing. You're stuck in your little bubble. That's fine. Stay in your little bubble. Don't come over here unless you actually want to actually learn. And what pissed me off with the whole simple fact of the matter is when he was getting ready to leave, he's talking about like, oh, maybe you guys can change your mind. No, how about you change your mind? How about you open your mind to our concepts and try to try to figure out, like, you know what, these guys have a point. These guys have a point,
I
and
even
I
sent
can't refute their shit.
I even sent to my email, and you know me, I'm like Joe Friday, just the facts, ma'am, just the facts. So you're gonna tell me that black boys benefited from this black female gynocratic system? Because any social science or anybody with a goddamn 2 chromosomes knows correlation. Has it gotten better or has it gotten worse for black male boys? So what
It's
happens? Nobody wants to answer this shit.
it's gotten
It's
worse.
it's a lot different than Mr. Fantastic cutting out FD signifier. You don't do that because then he's gonna be like, "I told you these were ruffians and thugs and uncouth human beings."
Yeah, that's why when you have people like that, you show them a little respect, but at the same time, they still have to show you respect too. And
Yeah.
we answered his questions. He didn't get interrupted. He did. We did exactly what we needed to do. And what made it bad is that he couldn't answer nothing.
Yeah.
He couldn't answer nothing on the Bernards. He couldn't all of our talking points. He couldn't answer nothing on BGS's panel on none of his talking points. So let's. I mean, look. To honestly, he better never ever go on GG's, Dr. Neil's, or Dr. TSI Johnson's stream and want to talk to those guys. He better hope and pray he never embarrass himself so badly. Because those guys will lay into that motherfucker like it ain't nothing.
You know what's funny? He better never come to my stream doing the same thing he did on BGS's or Bernard's. Because I'm going to tell him, just like I told him on the panel on BGS's, there is no way you can hide who you are when it comes to family, when it comes to who you are in your house. You can't hide who you are. It's impossible.
Yep.
It's impossible. So when you look into these people's houses, because I'm pretty sure you had to at some point, or actually go talk to these parents, a correlation hasn't came up and say, why is this child so fucked up? And then you look at the parents and be like, oh wow, this is not how you're supposed to treat your child.
Nah.
You know why? Because people like him truly don't care. They want to be heard. They want to look for female validation. You know what's worse than a simp is a liar, a sellout.
That's what he is.
And I can see if you're a sellout and you're getting some money, some clout, some fame, some education, some building, something tangible. But you niggas are selling out for words. Let's back up to this shit. Words, admiration. Where do they do this?
Man, I want tangibles. It's the same bullshit that I saw where you had most of these people voted for Dan Biden, and what did we get? We got Juneteenth.
You got a
We didn't
bunch.
get we didn't get nothing. At least the Asians got a bill in their name,
Yeah,
even though it was a useless bill. At least they got something like that. What did we get? Oh, we got
you
Juneteenth.
can't even. You can't even. Here's the sadness of it. You can't even argue the fact that you've been economically castrated, racially profiled, and held into economic poverty and prosperity, which means forever, right? Because the government made it so. And you can't argue that fact to get fucking reparations. Where did they do this? Where do they do this?
We're the main ones that destroy ourselves. And you know what? I'm just sick and tired of it. That's why I said the black community is done. If you can't look out for number one, that means us as a people. We're done.
You know what the United States Army taught me in basic training about first aid? You don't give your first aid pouch to anybody. That's for you. You can't help number one. If number one ain't right, you can't help 2, 3, 4, and 5.
No.
And why
You
should
cannot. Not that they wouldn't do it for you.
And see, this is fundamentally the sickness that a lot of these men have. I had a dude, one of my boys, try to challenge me on some Lori Harvey shit on my post, right? If I say these words, you can date whoever you want, but you have to take whatever consequences that come with them. Did I say she can't date hundreds of thousands of men? No, she could do whatever her heart's desire. But stop trying to make men love sluts. What's up with that?
It's because they don't want to be shamed and don't want the man to shame them from their past. I'm sorry. Your past defines you.
I mean, last time I checked, you can't get certain jobs if you got a felony, right?
Yeah. Hey, life ain't fair. Sorry. It's what it is.
It never was supposed to be. That's the hypocrisy in it. You can't judge me. Like I told people, I said, look, would you want your daughter to have a boyfriend every 2 fucking months? If the answer is no, then shut the fuck up. Yes, if I had a daughter, I would be very harsh to her. And I would tell her, baby, men don't like sluts.
No, they don't.
Men actually, let me correct that. Men like sluts. Men ain't marrying sluts.
Hell, women don't even like sluts. As much as they sit them out, let's slut walk, this not go girl. They won't want their daughter to be a slut. At most, they want their daughter to be a damn cash cow so they can fucking get some money out of it.
And you know what's funny about that post that I made? It was a woman, a very attractive woman who agreed what I said. You could date whoever the fuck. She said what I said. She said, and I quote, she's doing what most young people in their 20s do, except she's dating only rich men. She'll be fine. Some rich simp will come along and give her that magazine-worthy, lavish wedding, marry her, put her in a multi-million-dollar home, slap $3 million on her left ring finger, and give her children when she's ready. Happiness happens all the time. And I replied to her, don't forget about the divorce and the settlement, LOL. You know what she said? Charles L. Faulkner Jr.? Exactly. Then takes everything, including the light bulbs, in the process of the divorce process.
Shit, what's the Eva Marcel? She's been in the news lately because she's divorcing her husband in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
And what was it? He adopted their daughter. Got rid of the original father's last name, and now she's asking for child support from this guy who she's divorcing. And he was the simp. First of all, if a woman ever tells you that I want you to have my daughter's last name and X's the father out, that's a humongous red flag right there. You dumb ass motherfucker. You dumb ass motherfucker. That is a huge red flag. You don't ever take the legacy of that man away.
Unless I had that child since birth.
I wouldn't even say then. Don't change that child's name. Because guess what? If that child goes out in the world, he needs to at least know, or she needs to at least know who her family is.
Exactly.
So she ain't fucking them.
But even still, I will say this. You don't do that and take away a man's legacy. Because guess what? I'm not going to alleviate a woman from the mistakes or the decisions she made. Too many women are looking for Captain Save-A-Ho, But we don't want to talk about how many women don't like Captain Saberho. They don't respect him. They like, oh my God, this nigga will believe anything I tell him. Hey, you can hate me all you want. You can hate what the message I bring. But guess what? Some of my friends even have daughters now. Do you want your daughter to fuck around and have about 1,500 bodies before she gets married? A lot of women don't want to talk about how that lessens your value. It's like, but, and then you got men, grown men. Well, when men sleep around, are men and women the same? So your daughter should go out there fucking fixing flat tires and shit and cutting grass while your son should be doing the dishes, right?
Hey, gentlemen.
What's
What's up,
up?
Jules?
How y'all doing this evening?
Ooh, 41
Evening.
and loving it.
It's morning now.
41. Ooh, 41. Ooh.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
I'll be 41 in a month, so I'll be right there with you, Charles.
I'm just 35 with 10 years. I'm just 31 with 10 years experience.
With 10 years of titties, what?
Oh, I got them in my mouth too. Shit. But anyway, 10 years. I'm 35. Excuse me, 31 with 10 years experience. Goddamn Kanye.
He got titties in his mouth and a dick in his hand.
Yeah, my own. At least I got a dick, you dickless nigga. Castrated bastard. I'm gonna tell you what's so funny, right? Still to this day, we're talking about FD signifier. We're talking about men simping and not knowing what the fuck they want out of women. Still to this day.
Well, it's because a lot of it is that you got a lot, like I said, you got a lot of these new guys in here that's coming into the space that don't know nothing. Exactly. That's why we having this whole shit that's going on right now. There's a lot of new content creators that's in this space that don't know shit about the past and trying to throw their weight around because they've got more subscribers than us old heads. So the fuck what? You're still new. You don't know shit. That's why most of these new guys are trying to smile like, oh, I'm going to denounce the black manosphere. But if you're going to denounce the black manosphere, then change your fucking content up. Don't sit there talking about you're going to denounce R.P.L and the black manosphere, or you're not part of the manosphere, and then still have the same talking point. Shut the fuck up.
You know what's funny about that? Huh. The algorithm plays no favorites when it comes to this R.P.L shit. Okay? Do I need to say that again for people and the niggas in the back? The algorithm plays no favorites. As soon as one of our videos get played, yours get played. As soon as one of yours get played, ours get played. Let's not be coy. And I'm talking to you, MTR. I'm talking to you directly. You're not a part of the space because one of your goddamn sponsors cut you. Well, they weren't really for you if they would drop you off of something somebody lied about, you idiot.
Yeah, I mean I can't blame him for that. I mean, you can make a case, you can blame him, but he's protecting his bag.
I mean, protect your bag.
I would bet you.
This is the thing, though. If you are going to talk these talks, if you're going to say this stuff knowing that it's unpopular, you have to take the same responsibility. The same responsibility of anybody who's showing their face or letting everybody know who they are. Guess what? You take the good with the bad. If something bad happens to you, guess what? It is what it is.
I'm going to tell you what it really is, man.
Wait, can I jump in, Charles, real quick?
Go ahead.
I agree. I agree with that on the basic principle, but I think he didn't realize that his audience is larger female than it is male. I think we have to assume that to a certain degree, and that's why he's at. No. And I'm saying he has to understand that like those women are going to buy their women they want to be with who are like MTR. Like
you're breaking up, man. I'm missing like every fifth word.
Let me check my microphone. Sorry about that. Continue, Charles.
See, this is the bad part. I like to call that shit cowardly. You know why? You get all the subscribers talking the same shit that BGS, Angry Man, and others talked. The same shit that Art Newstyle talked, Art of Itmore talked, Charles Faulkner Jr. talks. See, let me tell you something about it. We took arrows and bullets for other motherfuckers to actually make content. You never seen them go up against Miss Abort Black Babies. You never seen them have people on their content to debate one on one. See, what I'm getting tired of this fucking shit is that everybody's benefiting off of other people's success who fought the war, and you pay no homage to the men before you. And then you get upset and mad when you find out these talking points ain't so popular. But yet, how many female content creators talk that first level shit and get boom 10,000, 20, 40, 50,000 fucking subscribers? Shows it. If I really wanted to make money out of this space and not help people, I'd have had a fucking pretty bitch doing my content and I would feed her a script.
Yeah,
And we
that's
would
true.
eat off you simps. But go ahead.
It's possible. Can you hear me a little better now?
Yeah.
All right. I've been sitting on my monitor and everything, and I do a lot of cable management. I think you're largely right on that. I mean, he made a choice to make his content matter more than everything else, and I respect that. You know, he makes his money from it. But you gotta make a choice. I'll say this. I think he shoots the gun from the hip too quick, too soon, and it can mess up a lot of things he can do. The guy's charismatic. He's got a good editing eye, and he makes too many choices that he has to commit to. Whereas he doesn't leave himself many opens after, and that can set him up for a lot of bad things.
The only thing that the MTR is doing is he's trying to make his platform more palatable for everybody. He's not just talking about black people. You know, he does talk about black subjects quite a bit, but most of the subjects are open ended. It's just the same thing like a grown man podcast. He talks about everybody, no matter the black, white, Hispanic, whatever. Our situation in here is that we focus mostly on us, black people, ADOS, FBA, or whatever the hell, what acronym we coming up with. That's what we're focused on. So white people ain't gonna be liking our content like that. You know why? Because this doesn't really jive with them. Just like it don't jive with other races. It just jives with black people. So we are in a niche. And that's fine.
Then it's just going to spread. I mean, the Pearl stuff should show that. And I was talking
No,
to my mother.
that's why I keep telling you guys. She's not talking black. She's really not talking black talking
She's
points.
correct. I agree with that.
She's basically talking plain as Jane manosphere talking points, not black manosphere talking points.
She's talking
Because I don't know if you watched that video. There have been plenty of white content creators, right? Red pill guys like Stardust, Turd Flinging Monkey. They will say the same shit that Pearl is saying. She's not going into anything black related. Yeah, she's got Africans on her show and talking about it, and she may have some other different ethnicities on her show. But at the same damn time, her talking points are plain as Jane. They're not they're not race specific.
And then, by the way, when the last time you seen her have a black American on her show?
Probably months.
And then here's another thing. When did you have a fully black person on your show? From
go ahead. Sorry, man.
And here's the reason why. She knows that if she came down to this space, she would get challenged. And I'm not mad with her making money. Because if I'm mad with her making money, I should be mad with everybody else making money. But don't sit here and tell me that she's dropping knowledge when it's basically like a 5-year-old kid telling me he can do addition when motherfucker I've been solving crimes. Oh, I wrote 2 sentences. I wrote 40-page reports.
Yeah,
It does not equate.
she gets to serve as a good face for like broader relationship talk, and I'll give her like gentleman's B for just like getting the conversation out there and being oppositional without being hard nosed and like pushing people's face in the mud. You know, she's done a decent job of it. She's definitely made a couple of faux pas, but I'll say she's definitely made a good effort of cordoning off any conversations about race into, you know, Rich's, his King Rich's, his podcast will directly say, you know, black men in the dating sphere, and you know it's a very specific.
That's
group.
King Rich's.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's like in her network.
That's
say like
King Rich's.
Oh, no, I understand that, but you understand
Has Pearl ever said like black women specifically do this? Black women, black people specifically, black men do this. Because obviously you might have watched her more than I have. Because the only time I watch her is I may see a clip of a short. That's about it. I don't watch her fucking show. I don't know what goes on her show. I barely knew Andrew Tate was on that shit until 3 weeks later. So I don't watch her shit. Why? Because when I did watch her shit, it was just okay. This is just basic manosphere talking points from 2016. Okay, we've moved far beyond that. Let's go somewhere else. The only thing that I say is that she's just pushing the message forward further. That's it. Let her push the message forward further. You see her on the news broadcast where they're talking about her as the new Andrew Tate. So fucking what? She's doing our work for us. Let her.
I'll say she's very generic relationship talk from the men's perspective.
In other words,
I watch it from like the men from I work from home, so I do like 99% of the time I'll have it in the background and I'm not watching super actively, but she will, I'll say like 1 out of 100 episodes she'll have like a very black specific event and she'll try and steer away from it quickly.
Like when has she ever talked about black people on her
show?
She'll
have like she'll go for the modern women route, and then I think she had one episode where it was titled like black women are marriageable because of X, and she was like, no, we can't have that. You know, like very specific.
Okay, so when did she had a title? Because whenever I see her titles, they never say black specific.
Yeah,
it always says modern women.
I'm saying it was like one title that was unacceptable to what she was trying to push around with her brand.
You have to show me that because I have never seen anything.
That's what I'm saying, is that it happens so infrequently that there's only one instance I can remember of like a title being, you know, very black specific, or, you know, a show that was black. Her team of shows will have something, mostly King Rich's will do that, but like she does general men's content. That's what I can see. But I remember she talked about it. She was like, that title is way too hot. Got to change that. I mean, I'll say she's like,
you got, like I said, you got to show, because like I said, I've always seen clips, I've seen titles, I've never seen anything that said like other than modern women or this, that, and third. That's it.
Yeah.
If you got proof of that, which she got a title that says black,
she said
women,
it, but I'll say that.
I'm just saying, if you can find the proof, then I'll post it on my damn screen. Man, I screenshot that shit.
I get you. And what I'm trying to convey is that it's happened so infrequently that it's hard to pin her as talking about anything black specific outside of a handful of times. And I'm talking like literally like 1, 2, 3, 4 times. And I can think of it, but going back through all of her content, bro, that's a treasure trove of stuff that you got to.
I'm gonna tell you what it is about her content. Number one, and this is what I think about 90% of the female content creators who talk manosphere talking points. You're not talking about shit that we haven't heard almost a decade ago.
I agreed.
You're not doing anything. You don't even take debates well. Hafiz is an idiot. You're not getting brownie points. Now, ask me this question. When did people respect me in this space? Do you know, Jules?
Don't know what.
When people really started respecting me and the shit that I say.
Did they ever disrespect you?
No, that's not about disrespect. When they really took key notice.
I mean, like,
I'm going to
I
tell you when.
I'll
This
say
is back
very
in Google,
early.
this is back in Google Hangouts.
Yeah, because I listened to a lot of the stuff that
Wh-
the conversation. Like, I've worked through a bunch of certifications.
And
And,
this is when Cynthia G came to the original
oh,
Coliseum.
what's the opposite of a beta male? COON.
A beta
Yeah,
male
yeah,
clone.
yeah. That's way back, man. And
And
I
think
listen to a lot
about
of this stuff on like the background when I'm doing like research or studying or working.
yeah.
But
And so, yeah, go
I
please.
want you to think of how simplistic, but yet how brilliant that question was. Out of all the content creators who spoke with her,
Yeah.
nobody thought of that question. And it was so shocking that people actually emailed me and said, "Oh my God, that was so brilliant."
Mhm.
And it brought her down to her fucking knees.
I'll
a
flip
lot
you.
of a lot of
I'll flip
people
you
in this
once.
space is already battle tested, especially from the old space.
Exactly.
These new guys, they're not battle tested. They're
They
not.
run from them. As a matter of fact, they run
They
from
and because they don't polish their talking points. That's the main thing. A lot me, Charles, BGS, Angry Man, all these old heads have had to polish our talking points, do more research, put more stuff out there, so that way we can't be debunked. It's right there in your face, black and white.
and
So
trust
we
me,
had to find the truth.
and
A
trust
lot
me,
MTR, all these new guys. Hell, I mean, look, a lot of these new guys are just in this space to get a bump. Once they get that bump from this space, that's when they denounce this space. Because you have a lot of people that got their channel started in trying to be in the manosphere, and then once they get their bump, then now they are saying, "Oh, I don't like the manosphere. Now I want to fucking leave." Obi, Allen, still putting Kevin Samuel's name in his fucking trailers and titles and shorts. Why are
Mhm.
you still doing that? Man's been dead for almost a year. Getting
but
ready to be coming up on a year.
and I'm
Why
gonna
you
tell
still got his name in your titles?
you, if you think Pearly, and this I'm not saying it's Jules, but I'm saying this for anybody who thinks Pearly and MTR are telling you some real gems when it comes to black pill, red pill, manosphere talking points. That means you niggas ain't even ready to listen to the late great David Curl.
Hell no.
I mean, that's going to be a name that's marked off the list for her show.
You
I mean,
would
yeah.
you really think that she could stand toe to toe with David Curl?
Well, I mean, I remember somebody told me, or maybe somebody said on the stream. I can't remember, but somebody said that she didn't speak out ARC's name on a stream. So she is censored to a certain degree. I don't know by
She
whom.
knows. I'm gonna tell you this right now, buddy. They know us.
Yeah.
They know us. Kevin used to call a lot of our names
Yeah.
very frequently. God rest his soul in peace, power, and paradise. So we're known. Matter of fact, I'm the motherfucker who gave him the nickname the Godfather style and profile.
Yeah.
So they know who we are. They stay clear. I mean, how many times Art's been doing the fucking Coliseum for 2 years now?
Just about.
Took it over from BGS. He could have Diddy bopped MTR, Weed Attorney, Pearly, and all these other motherfuckers could have Diddy bopped here very easily.
Well, these people are listening to this. You realize that, right?
I want them to motherfucking listen. That's the point. See, here's the point. When you're the fucking source, do you fear where the light comes? No. No matter how fucking bright the moon is, it's only a ruble's worth of what the sun can produce. Notice, you only get first, maybe second level shit from even the best of the so-called denouncing of the black manosphere motherfuckers. How the fuck does a gun compare to a nuclear arsenal? They know that if they come on these panels like this or others and they get into a debate, there's a 50-50 shot they will lose.
Yep. Shit, not even a 50-50, a damn almost 90% shot they will fucking lose. Because they're not, like I said, they're not battle tested. They have no one to challenge the way they think.
Exactly. And
No
shout
one.
out to Artisan MC. Yeah, I'm gonna be an old nigga, but guess what? I don't look like one. And I told these boys here all the time. See, the problem is this.
Whatever you think about nigga,
Whatever.
one thing you have to remember is
Go ahead.
white man's ice is always colder.
But guess what? Even
That's
the,
what you have to remember.
but you know the one thing about the ice, the white man's ice now. Even the white man's ice is subjected to global warming. God damn! Somebody quote me on that in the chat. God.
Yeah. Bro, I know a bunch of like Asian folks who are in high levels of, let's say, business, government, whatever, and they are not fans of Western Americans. Like, I'll just say that. Like, they're indifferent on black folks, but like white, woo, at the higher level, man, they are not fans. You see their face get red and just the fire breathes.
They're not fans, but they utilize the same tactics. You can't go around saying woo and putting people in the figure for a leg lock if you're not gonna pay homage to Ric Flair. But at the same time, Ric Flair had to pay homage to Nature Boy Buddy Rogers. And even Nature Boy Buddy Rogers had to pay homage to Gorgeous George.
At the end of the day, do we want this message to spread? If it's going to spread, use useful idiots. Don't be afraid to use fucking power. Stop it.
Yeah.
Everybody else uses power against you. Other people, you will use their useful idiots against you. Why can't we do the same?
Be happy with it.
Oh, she doing our work for us. Shit.
Yeah, but I worry about the next step. I mean, it's not keeping me up at night, but it's gonna be interesting because
what next step?
Everything gets perverted. Think about it as like a small town band that you grew up loving, and then all of a sudden they hit the mainstream, and then they change. It just
who's changing in this space?
They supposed to. You know what?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Because guess what? See, the problem with the black man is that he's not supposed to evolve. And with evolution, there must come refinement, okay? If you don't,
true, but I think, man, I think.
So what you think? So your worst fear is that Pearl's going to change?
No, not at all.
Or what? People in the manosphere are going to change?
No.
What's the change that you're afraid of?
That it'll basically stop the movement of men who are doing what they need to do for themselves.
They can't.
That's
how. No, how.
I mean, look, you're talking about just worst fear. I'm not talking about how that would happen. I'm saying that's my worst fear. How?
What would happen? Why would talking about men's issues and what men's plight stop men from doing it?
That I cannot explain, but I'm saying.
Hold on, Charles. Well, that is, since you asked that question, you need to search for the answer. So that way you could tell us, so that way we could talk about it.
How about this? Men get afraid of actually speaking their mind, doing what they need, and doing what they want in order to live their best life.
If men were
that would be my fear.
If men were that afraid now, we wouldn't be as big as we are now.
I agree. Yeah.
So that point is null and void.
I wouldn't say no, but
it's null and void. The reason being is that you got educators talking about us. They're making books about us.
It's true, but
because we're speaking up.
I'm saying my fear would be men not actually continuing on the charge.
You know what? I'm gonna say this.
That's fear.
You said what's my biggest fear? That would be what it is.
But Jules, I'm gonna say this to you. If that was true, Look how Me Too backfired on women. See, unlike women, men adapt. What did Mike Pence say? He never would sit in an office by himself with a woman. Guess who he always has in there when he has to talk to a woman? His
Right.
wife. Look at how women say, I can't get ahead of the corporate ladder because the VPs are afraid to have lunch with me by myself.
And I'm telling you, like people like my brother, who's not in this space, but he feels this shit. And
Yeah.
him and other guys are talking. They are just like they're done with this shit. They think women are getting away with a whole bunch of other shit. Like
Yeah.
I said, there was a time where my brother was like all full blown blue pill. Now, guess what? He's starting to come around a little bit because he's starting to see the same shit that I'm seeing. And he said he listened to Kevin Samuels too, believe it or not, and he agreed with 99.9% of the shit that Kevin was saying.
Yeah. I mean,
So
that's what I'm
so
saying. It's
guess
like
what? Guess
my
what? That's
worst fear.
Kevin was a man that spoke up. Even though people didn't like him, guess what? He spoke up and people listened. Our message is getting out there. More men are listening, more men are speaking out. And more men are speaking out with either their wallets or with their time. A lot of these chicks are getting mad because they can't get fucking dates. You just had a girl, that therapist chick, I think Crimson Cure shared it on Twitter, talking about how she can't get fucked now.
Good. And look, I'm just
Guess
saying
what? Because
that was
guys
my
don't want to fuck
worst
that.
fear. That was my worst. Yeah, and that woman seems crazy. She seems like a femcel from the start.
So guess what? Guys are speaking up, whether it be with their time, their money, or even just the society at large. Why you think they're talking about it? Men dropping out, men not going to go to school. You got these young boys that just graduated high school. They said, "School, I'm not going to school for what?" Men are dropping out of society, and it's a problem because
Especially,
they're tired.
especially when there's nothing we get out of it. Why should I fuck around and risk anything? See, the greatest thing men have done in recent history was walk with their, speak with their absence. Do you think you're going to be protected if men look at how they going crazy over just a 5% of men getting passports?
Yeah, I actually got an email from my senator about like the delay of passports. If you need in special occasions, come to the senator's office in your district and he'll expedite it. Like that's how bad it's getting.
It's getting so bad that guess what? Women, 40% of women, probably more because those are just the 40 that admit it, only go out on dates so they could get free food from niggas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So why would I take a chick out if I know I got a 40, probably 50% chance that she's going to take my date and only call me when she's hungry? But then she's going to get that doggy bag and get her back blown out by a lesser nigga. Why take that risk? Instead of investing in a date, you could invest in a PS5. The bitch will last longer.
look, I'll be honest with you. If you want pussy, pussy's easy to get. It's the relationship part that guys really want. A
Yep.
lot of the guys want a relationship. The problem is that's the hard part. The pussy shit, you can fake your way into some pussy.
Oh
You
yeah.
might fall
You're
into
not
some
lying.
pussy.
Yeah, they throw pussy like Captain America throws his mighty shield. I mean, here's the problem. A lot of you guys been taught by your fucking single, unwed mother to think like a woman so much that you crave relationships, but bitches like Lori Harvey are empowering, sleeping from this bitch, this nigga. But nobody wants to point out that this nasty bitch, and this is how you know she's uncouth and nasty. You would date a son and then his father.
Exactly.
Man,
That
I've seen that happen before. I know, man, I know women who like fuck their best friends' dads
Yeah,
just
it
to get
happens.
like a free laptop. Like just
not
crazy.
not your best friend's dad. your
Yeah.
boyfriend's dad.
Yeah, I'm saying like these girls are.
I want you to think. I want you to
A
think for a
chunk
second.
of them are going crazy.
Hold up. I want you to think for a second of what I just said. What I just said.
Yeah, no, I hear it. I
You
hear it.
would. What type of chick would be so uncouth and respected she would willingly have sex with your ex-boyfriend or current boyfriend's father? And you got niggas that I personally know defending this shit.
Yeah. Here goes this chick right here that I was talking about. Oh.
Is it still unclear that I've been trying to get my cheeks clapped this whole time?
Mm.
I've been trying to be yeemed, and it's not working. I just want my shit peeled back from the back. I want somebody to like really just like dismantle my shit. But I fucked around and started loving myself, and I don't accept the bare fucking minimum. Fuck!
Bro, she's built like a melted candle. Like there's nothing that appeals.
She's
Man,
built like a melted Hershey's bar. All right.
man, she belted like some melted horse shit on a bar. I mean, she already got the emoji poo face.
She won't stop.
Mm-mm. It's just super funny, man. Like, god damn.
I mean, that wall of indifference is happening. It's just not happening fast enough for certain folks.
And then look how Looney Tune she is. There's a reason why she didn't get her PhD in therapy. You know why? Because if you reach the PhD level, it's mandatory for you to seek therapy.
Nah, she's not PhD level. She's social worker. You know,
Mm-hmm.
social workers are just a different batch of crazy.
Hold on for a second. Thank you, Julian, for the Cash App. I started this stream so that way we have a like to stream before I let BGS up. But if I don't start getting Cash Apps, I'm just gonna go ahead and end it early.
Yeah.
What's up, old nigga?
Yeah, old nigga can actually go to bed then.
Yeah, exactly. I came out here because I'm trying to help.
Oh,
Y'all can send $1.
old nigga. Oh, yes.
Sound like old man,
I got
nigga.
because I got 91 people watching and only one person sent me a Cash App.
Come on,
I
BGS cash in effect.
appreciate everybody who came to my stream and donated for the Christmas fund. BGS especially, and man.
Hmm?
It's just that I want you to think about this. If the black manosphere is so bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I said this on my show. I don't know if you were still on when I said this. How many people did we help from different walks of life to be better versions of themselves?
Can't count them.
There's so many. How many times you got a thank you letter or I need to get in contact with this person letter in the email?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least a couple times a week.
And then how many thank you letters did everybody get?
Mm.
But you know, guys like FD and all these other detractors will never talk about that.
Because they don't know, man. They're assuming they're going by what women say about us.
Yeah.
Do you also think that a lot of these guys get cordoned off and don't get off the porch, as some people say? Like their parents move them to the suburbs, good zip code, and they don't have any experience with their cousins in, who have a lot of stress, a lot of like the shit that.
No, we're anti-mainstream.
Yeah.
Okay, and most guys think they're isolated. Because the first thing when people first come here, they always say, "I didn't know I could say that," or "I thought I was alone. I thought I was
Yeah.
crazy." Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of guys say that shit. I've even said that shit. I was like, and maybe I'm just, it's just me or something. Then I come to this space like, oh, other people dealing with this shit. Other people are like having these same issues. So it's not just me. I'm not
just you.
crazy.
You're not crazy. Yeah.
Nah. I have a question for everybody in the panel. Oh, by the way, good morning from this side of the Atlantic.
Hey, 1 second.
What's
David, can you? All right. Did you see that link I just dropped in the back? Can you share that for Charles real quick? It's a great wrestling move. Little kid just dominates. But please continue, Naaman.
Let me ask y'all something. You know, when was the first time you guys had that realization about what's going on? The first time you started having doubts about reality and shit.
8.
That's about right.
I was 6. Yep. I was 16, and this is in Africa. I didn't get blue. I didn't start getting red pilled until like 18, 19. And it wasn't just what was happening to me. It wasn't about what was happening to me, but noticing my surroundings and everything. Even though I already realized a lot more, it just didn't really take because, you know, where my head was. Oh,
that's different.
Brilliant.
You got the shoulders on
kind
the
of
mat.
Dangerous. It kind of, yeah, this is kind of dangerous.
Yeah, you got to get the risk control. It has to be like he's got the risk control.
Yeah. We can dislocate a shoulder pretty easily like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
a little on the dangerous side.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I've seen a clip where a guy just headlocked another one and it was rolling and put him out.
Yeah.
He passed out. He put him to sleep and shit.
Yeah.
You've had guys who've been slammed unconscious and shit, like concussions and such.
Yeah.
That's really dangerous.
I broke one guy's collarbone once. It's not a good sound or a good feeling to have that happen.
Ooh.
It's good to win.
Yeah, I know. You should see. I mean, you think amateur wrestling is bad? You should see how it is like in sambo or in judo matches and such. Yeah, or in jiu-jitsu sometimes.
Yeah, well, anytime you get in the ring like that, you put your life on the line.
Yeah.
Imagine what it was like in the times of ancient Greek. Not just with wrestling, but also pankratio, because they had another, pancration.
Yeah.
You guys are familiar with that? That was a precursor. No, they had actual wrestling, and then pankration or pankratio, as it was called then, is like a precursor to MMA. There was striking and grappling involved, and chokeholds and whatnot.
Yeah.
And people would purposely would rather go out and die on their shields than to tap. And for them to tap was to put one hand, put one finger up. They would rather go out.
I would wonder if a lot of that was because they had such bad body blows and body damage that dying was probably better than just living with fucked up.
It was better. No, it was better than to go out than to tap, because because it was the Olympics.
No.
Yeah.
It was the Olympics. It was for pride and everything. You come home a defeated warrior. You're ashamed to your people. Hell, boxing back then, guys were getting cauliflowered. There's a statue of the Greek boxer where
bunch of them still do. I'm surprised I don't have it, but I don't think Charles has it.
No, Charles. No, I don't think so. No, he's never had it.
As long as I have, and or just around as much as I have. There's a lot of that stuff that just keeps build. It just adds up. But I knew a lot of guys who would get that drained out of their ear on the mat, just after a match if they got.
And then bandage up. I've seen rugby players I've also seen what else? It's not just boxers. It was wrestlers, mostly grapplers, but also guys who take part in sambo, jiu-jitsu, judo. A lot of them got sumo wrestlers, professional wrestlers in Japan. A lot of them have cauliflowered ears.
Yeah. Gotta have good equipment.
Yeah. Charles can tell you about that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what was it? I remember. Was it if you remember,
Charles must be drunk.
No, hold on. I'm thinking MMA fighters. If you remember, was it Kimbo Slice, and it was in Elite XC.
No,
XC. All right, but I don't know if you remember, Jules, a guy named James Thompson, British MMA fighter.
Not off the top of my head.
Okay, in Elite XC, I forgot the fight. It was a 3-round. It was for 3 rounds. and they went the total distance. But in that match, I think it was in the second or third round, Thompson has this big, his right ear is severely cauliflowered.
It's just like full of that pus, and they gotta pop it.
This is an old injury. His ear was cauliflowered and solidified. It hardened.
Okay.
Now, in the fight, what was it? Slice?
Oh, does it snap off?
He took with a huge haymaker. He just hit him. He got the ear, and it ruptured, and his ear was just bleeding and bleeding and bleeding.
Yeah.
So, just to pivot back to what we were talking about.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry.
I've probably seen that, but I just don't remember. I
okay.
know. That sounds familiar.
Anyway,
real familiar.
Right.
So BGS, are you and any other people are going to go back to FD Signifiers, whatever video he's talking about, and have a discussion?
Did he post it? I don't know. Did he post whatever he's talking about?
I don't know. I mean,
he said it's going to be released in a couple days. I don't know if it's out yet. I haven't looked for it. Did you look for it?
I'm looking for it right now, and he hasn't put anything out in 3 weeks. So
yeah, he hasn't put it out yet. He said it's a couple days.
He's not gonna be like, what? You know what? I talked to these guys and they seem charming.
We'll see.
He said he'd already done it. It just hadn't been released yet.
Yeah, it must be going through editing and whatnot.
Yeah, whatnot. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see what he says.
All in due time.
I mean, I wish every guy would have the Thunderbolt, and that girl and them would live long and healthy marriages.
Thunderbolt don't ensure long and healthy marriages. I can tell you.
No, I'm just saying that's what I wish. I'm saying that didn't happen though.
No, Thunderbolt has nothing to do with marriage. I can tell you that.
That is nothing but lust.
It's beyond lust.
No,
it's like the yin and yang thing, basically the cosmic attraction.
Yeah,
like BGS mentioned.
You know what BGS gives a good version, the best version, the most well-known version is that Godfather 1.
Yeah,
and I was gonna say there's a good movie with God, what's his name? Paul Giamatti. It's called Barney's Version. And at his wedding, he's like having a drink with his dad, who's Dustin Hoffman, right? So it's like these Jewish guys having a drink at the bar, and he's going to go tell off his father-in-law. And he turns to the left and he sees this girl, and he's like, "Oh,
okay." Hold on for a second. Team Fatty, why should I unblock you on StreamYard?
At his wedding.
Hold on. Team Fatty, why should I unblock you on StreamYard? That means you probably have done something that pissed me off.
He's the Portuguese, he's the Brazilian guy from Portugal that talks a whole bunch of shit.
Yeah, he starts shit with Angry Man. Anton, all of these people in that network.
Oh, I'm looking at it. Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, he's the guy with the crazy eyes.
Yeah.
So why should I unblock you? You have to give me a good fucking reason to unblock you.
Why do you want to come up here in the first place? Go find somebody else.
Chasing cloud.
Because we already told you she's not part of the Black Manosphere. I don't know why you guys keep saying she is.
What's his problem? No, she's not.
All she does is copy and paste when you think about it. A lot of them just parroting, copy paste. They don't expand on what
there's a lot of people. They don't go after the guys that react to Kevin Samuels to actually ride this wave on the way up. Okay. What's his name? There's a couple of guys. MTR did it. There was a guy called Obi did it. What's his name? I'm trying to remember his name. Poor Man's Podcast
did it. Yeah.
It's a bunch of guys.
There's a lot of guys who make content off of just reacting to Kevin channel.
Kendra G took his format for
her
from
dating
Instagram.
show.
Yeah, dating show. Yeah. So
that's why other guys are like commenting on her shit, and she got pissed about that because her show was making women look bad.
Yeah.
To be honest with you,
how can her show make women look bad? We're not feeding them a script.
They're just doing what they're doing.
Yeah.
But it does look bad.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, when y'all posted that clip, wasn't it the clinician,
What
or the
about him?
counselor, whatever she is?
Hmm.
I was looking at that forehead, and I was hoping, no, please don't, please tell me she's Ados. Please tell me she's Ados. But
Yeah,
when I saw, yeah,
she's native.
thank you,
Yeah, yeah.
thankfully. But I noticed, like, it's like when she was like, when she just went off like that, just went that scared the hell out of, that scared me in a way,
I've dated a
because
couple chicks like that. She's nuts.
oh, okay, no, but I'd see that like that's like because I'm prone to psychosis here.
Yeah.
I have my bouts of psychosis sometimes.
So she just had a couple. So so
Yeah,
let's
so I see that as like, ooh.
yeah.
The psychologist? That's the girl that'll wrap her legs around you and like pull you in if you're going.
Hey, crazy in the bed is crazy in the head is crazy in bed, as they say.
That's true.
Yeah, she'll force a baby on you.
Yeah. Well, could she be so good you can't get away from it?
No, I'm saying she'll dig her heels in on you and just like pull you in.
Oh yeah.
Get away. That's the thing.
When you're trying to pull out, yeah.
I remember meeting someone like that when I was younger.
Or push when you pull.
No, oh well, let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. Thankfully, I never hit that. I knew in my gut, don't hit it, and like because she was like a little nuts.
You recognize game. You knew.
I've known in my gut sometimes. Every time I look at certain people, I can just look at them and realize it. Something's up, so I just get the hell away from them.
Yeah, because your dick gets hard. See, oh, no.
No.
I know this
In my
thing.
case, my dick was like, we ain't doing nothing. No, nigga, no. My dick would protest.
Hey, an anti-dousing rod. You stay away from that wetness,
Stay
boy.
away with that wetness. Yep.
No, he'd be like, don't even think about it, motherfucker.
Yeah, she's
Nope,
nuts.
my dick got too hard too quick. Nope.
No, I bullshit.
Yeah.
I remember listening to Busy Bone once. He had a song called "When Thugs Cry." He talked about somebody tried to hit on him, his dick went off and shit. He said, "Don't never mix business with your friendship and everything."
Mm-hmm. You shouldn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man.
Never mix business with friendship. Never mix business with pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
I learned that a long time ago. That's why
Hey,
I always like to avoid shit.
Don't dip your pen in company ink.
Absolutely.
I don't do that shit. I know people who do, and yeah, they stay fucked up. It never
I'm already
ends
fucked
good.
up as it is. That's why I don't go there.
I guess Fatty went about his way. I don't know why he wants to come up. We don't. I don't know why he wants to come up. He was rude as hell the first time he came up. Now he wants to come up again. Why, to be rude again?
Shit.
Hey, art and rage. I just want to be polite and be a good friend to everybody,
Hey,
I don't mean no disrespect. I cannot be respectful, com todo respeito we say in Brazil, I just want to be good and be cordial with you. Wait a minute, they don't pronounce the R's right. It's respect, the R.
I mean, he wants to talk to you probably, but
beginning.
It's your show. You do what you'd like, but I mean,
I've already blocked him, so he did something that was fucked up. So I'm not gonna let him. If I block you, that means you did something that pissed me the fuck off.
Yeah.
He plays games. The times I've seen him, he plays games with the people to try and get. He plays little girl games, like head games type of stuff, and it's becoming of a man.
Excuse me, Jules. Your sub name? I haven't seen that quote in a long ass time. Thank you for reminding me.
What's that?
Don't have a cow, man.
Yeah. I mean, that's where my avatar comes from. Is that Simpsons movie?
The Simpsons. Oh man. Oh, Mom. There's a library just across the street from where I live.
Yeah, I do believe that show was a big impetus towards children having mass disrespect for their adult relatives.
You think so?
I think it was because remember, like Fox was a big interloper into like the big three, and at the same time they created a bunch of shows that nobody remembers except for The Simpsons and Married with Children. And Married with Children really spoke about the plight of married men.
Married with
And
Children,
this-
Red Pill before you ever knew what Red Pill was. Shit, what was
no,
the
ma'am. No, ma'am.
No man was
I
them.
still
the
remember
manosphere.
that, man.
That's
I
the
still
manosphere.
remember that.
No man.
And that was, that show was written by a black
at a
man.
fucking
too.
strip club. That's what
The
they
show
meant.
was written by a black man too. But then The Simpsons was also, the focus was on the children, and the children didn't respect the men or the adults.
When did the show come out? When did it debut? The Simpsons? What year did it debue? 90, 91 was it?
In the 80s.
Mid 80s?
88, 89.
Yeah.
It was a short at first, and then it turned into a show.
Yeah, Tracy Ullman show, and then it went on Broad Network. I want to say mid 80s is when it went on Fox.
I think it was like 89 or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
89, 90 because because I remember
89.
I know past 26 years. I know
89, 90, yeah.
Yeah, first episode 89, yeah.
Yeah. Because I remember
because I remember my grandmother was like a holy roller type, like, grew up chopping up chickens off their heads, and she hated The Simpsons because it showed that children disrespecting their parents. And she was like one of those that's like raised on the farm, moved to the city with her husband type of
They've had show. I mean, even fucking Knight Rider, you had kids disrespecting their parents,
but not as like a constant caricature trait. Like sometimes it would happen, but Bart Simpson was like a departure. It was like an archetype for the fracturing of what a person.
89.
It was a dysfunctional family first and foremost. That was the premises of it.
Because I remember being on Tracy Ullman. Because I remember liking that lady. She was a goofy little British lady.
Yeah.
And then they would have these. It was a bad version of The Simpsons. Like they looked very different, or like different enough that you notice. And then
it was like a precursor.
Fox. Yeah. Because Homer
what was his name? Mark. What's his name? The animator Mark Grover, was it?
Groening.
Yeah.
Groening.
Matt Groening.
Matt Groening, and because I remember who was also musician Gwen Stefani, her older brother. He gave up his singing career to become an animator for The Simpsons, if I remember.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, we got this guy has been around for a long time. So BGS, when do you start seeing kids disrespecting their parents on TV?
On TV? Oh, good grief. Married Children was earlier, but when? But
not that much earlier, right?
Like
that mid 80s. That's when it like started to switch. That's what I feel. But
late 70s, late 70s, into the 80s.
Jimmy Walker.
Yeah. And they disrespected. You many times they got their ass whooped with James.
Mm-hmm. And Michael mouthing off,
Yeah, mouthing off to the parents. He's like, "Let me get." You probably pull out that belt. Mm-hmm. But after the belt, they got that act right.
Yeah.
But they never showed Bart getting his ass whooped by the parents.
No, it wasn't
because you couldn't do that on animation.
No,
yeah.
But they could. But you could have Homer strangle him.
You could, but that kind of stopped in the 80s about, especially with white kids, the punishing kids.
Yeah, because what was it? They stopped spanking kids in the 80s in the schools. They called a paddle.
It's a paddle. Yeah, I think that stopped at like the mid 80s.
Mid to late
80s. Texas case. The white parents in Texas didn't want their kids.
You know what? Yeah, Brian Murray's right. Bart did get choked a lot.
Yeah.
Now
why you little?
Yeah.
Now so affluenza.
Yeah. I haven't watched The Simpsons in a while, so I kind of forgot. They stopped doing that. When did they stop doing it? When he was choking Bart?
Man, I remember.
He still does. I think he still does every once in a while, on occasion. It's like every once in a blue moon.
In this environment, hell no.
No.
I'll tell you.
No. Shit, I remember the time when they got fucking big that Smithers they always hinted at him being gay, but he actually came out as gay.
Oh, really?
They never really they never really said that he was gay, but they hinted at it.
Oh, okay.
They always hinted at it.
There was an episode I remember where it was like, they found out this one person who they made acquaintance, they got to know. This person had like had a store that was all that was of stuff that was meant designed for left-handed people, like Flanders, for example. And they found that
Flanders' left-handed store.
Was it Flanders' left-handed store?
Yeah, it was a left-handed store.
Okay. Oh no, it was a different store. Sorry, I was thinking a different store because in this store they met this guy. He was wearing like Hawaiian shirts and everything. And Ned Flanders and what's his name? Waylon Smithers meets him and says, "So this is where you were the whole time and everything." And they realized this guy was gay. This is in that same episode. Like Homer thought this guy was influencing Bart, and thought he tried to do whatever he could to stop him from turning gay. Like take him to a steel mill. Turns out everybody except the steel mill was gay.
Wait, what?
I don't remember that one.
I don't
know.
I
I've never watched all of them. So.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to remember what the hell you talking. I don't remember that.
I'm all over the place tonight. I'm not myself today. I'm all over the place.
Okay, so he stopped choking Bart in 2011 on the episode where he got therapy because he's reliving a sitcom he used to watch. What? So that's when he stopped choking Bart.
Man, that's.
Wait a minute, didn't they also say that the Bart had ADHD?
Nah, because
I never heard that. Yeah, he was diagnosed with having ADHD as well.
Yeah.
On top of that, they also realized Homer was actually a normal kid, but what happened was he shoved a crayon up his head, and once they took the crayon out, his IQ went up.
I don't remember that one either.
And he shoved it. Okay. He had to have his drunk friend Barney, get that crayon shoved back up in his head or something like that.
So they go back to normal.
Yeah, because apparently it was affecting the family anyways, relationship with Lisa especially.
Oh, let me find it real quick. There's a short story that I'm actually interested in that I think you might be interested in too, BGS. Let me see if I can find it.
All right.
Because I was just listening to someone talking about it. I was like, damn, it's about an AI that takes over the world and he kills all the humans except for the ones that created them. He sends them to hell.
Okay.
Is that from the Matrix? Or what?
There's always been sci-fis about like AI going haywire and shit, hasn't there?
That's been through sci-fi for the last last 100 years.
One of my favorite AI, well, not AI, I guess. My favorite sci-fi story is the Farnham's Freehold.
Yeah, it's called I Have No Mouse and I Must Scream.
Oh, okay.
It's hold on, let me do it.
The Vile Eye, they were discussing that shit have you ever heard of the show, the YouTuber The Vile Eye?
The who?
The Vile Eye. What he does is he does a profile on all villains in literature, films, video games, and whatnot.
Uh-huh.
And just recently, his most recent one was about that very same book. About the AI in that book.
So in the short story that you just mentioned?
Yeah, in the short story.
Martian Zignet. I guess that's his name. Damn. He has a weird name.
Post it in the back chat.
All right. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can find a PDF on it. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Harlan Ellison?
Nah.
That's what I'm seeing from the Google search.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe the guy posted it wrong. Who knows?
Somebody could have rewritten it or like extrapolated on it and created like a speculative universe. That does happen. But that's what I'm saying from Wikipedia. Which
I have no mouth and I must scream.
Yeah,
this guy's problems, but Allied Master Computer. Ooh, what to get that?
Let me see PDF. It's got to be a PDF somewhere. It's a short.
Keep digging, Art. Keep digging.
Oh, try Internet Archive.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good evening, gentlemen.
How you doing, sir?
One of the fear.
Our favorite mother trucker.
one of the fierce loyal members of the Rasputin party here.
Rasputin. That's funny as hell though.
And,
black,
and,
big black, and she won't die, huh?
okay,
I
and our motto is, at least you can wish me luck.
Mhm.
I think this
Has-
is it. I have to save it. I
Okay.
think this is it. This is a PDF. There's actually a game for it too, to be
Oh,
honest with you.
it's Harlan.
That makes
Ellison.
sense.
Yeah, it's Harlan Ellison. Okay.
Yeah, it's like
Alright.
Ellison, Heinlein, and who else? There's like some big. There's like a big like 5 or 6 people that have.
What's
great-
his name? That wrote a bunch of these.
Electric Sheep.
Yeah, Electric Sheep. What's his name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it! I
I
can't
must
think of his
dream
name.
of
I know you're
Electric
talking
Sheep.
about.
He's the same guy that kind of inspired Blade Runner.
Blade Runner.
Yeah.
Well, Blade Runner is from Electric Sheep. That's what the
Yeah.
original name of it. Yeah. Blade Runner and what is
K.
it?
Dick.
The was it the Mars? With one with Schwarzenegger, Mars, and then
Total Recall.
Total Recall.
Total
and then-
Recall.
Yeah, yeah,
Philip
and
K. Dick. Philip K.
Philip
Dick.
K. Dick. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
He's
He
a nut.
was on a meth bend.
Yeah.
And, like he would talk. Yeah. There's a
Yes.
couple of recordings of him, but man,
He
Go ahead.
was something was wrong with him.
or right, because he can. Those stories are whip
Yeah.
smart and very fast.
Yeah, yeah.
But they have enough you could expand them out.
They,
Like
they've made about four or 5 movies out of his stories.
Blade
Maybe
Runner and
more.
Alien share a universe. They're in the same universe.
I don't know
No.
about that.
You have to give me some links to that because I don't think so, man.
It's a possibility, but
So,
I know
no, they're two different. No, they don't share the same universe.
I know they combined Alien and Predator.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
not.
No,
I don't know about
Alien.
Blade Runner.
Alien was a different writer altogether.
They
Yeah.
could do
Alright.
it technically. Like if you see like the near future, let's say 2060s, the planet starts to go to shit. They send people off looking for the creators, and then at the same time they find evidence of the Yacha or whatever the predators race is called on the planet, and they find technology to send them further out. You could create that universe, but I don't think anything is officially canon like that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Also, what's the other story with that Philip K. Dick wrote?
He's written a ton of stuff that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. All right, so Blade Runner, Minority Report,
Minority Report. Yeah. Minority Report.
yeah.
Total
Imposter,
Recall.
and yeah, Total Recall.
Yeah.
What about
Total Recall.
iRobot?
Total Recall. with three
Our
titties.
Robot is written by what's his
I
name?
think that's Ellison too.
No, that's not Ellison. No, Our Robot wasn't written by Ellison. It's
He had
same
the
guy-
rules of robotics.
yeah. Ellison
link-
wasn't born then.
Yeah.
What's his name? He actually wrote what is it? God, I'm trying to think of the name of it.
Can you
It just
describe
made
it?
Terminator's
Ah.
not in the same universe.
No.
Oh, hell no.
Terminator comes out of the Matrix. Same writer.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
that
Yeah.
woman. I
The
forgot
same
what
woman.
her name
Oh,
is.
the
Stewart.
the black lady,
Sophia Stewart.
Yeah.
Sophia Stewart. Yeah.
Um,
That's speculative fiction.
Yeah,
stuff.
she went
Listen.
crazy too.
All right. Okay, I figured it out from the Wikipedia page. Okay, it's Blade Runner, Total Recall,
Mhm.
Screamers, Minority
Mhm.
Report, Imposter, Paycheck.
Paycheck was also a movie.
Yeah,
Mhm.
A Scanner Darkly.
Scanner
Next-
Darkly was good.
It was very interesting. Radio Free Album Youth, which I don't even think
And
I saw it.
also, what is it? The thing about the
Adjustment
United States-
Bureau.
Adjustment Bureau, but also, what do they call it? The man on the
Man in the High Castle.
High Castle.
Yeah,
that's
that
done as
one-
the series. Yeah.
That was one of the best series I've seen in speculative fiction ever.
hmm
Because it
Mhm.
really it took it to the far limit. Like, what would it happen if you had like a
Mhm.
fascist state in the U.S.? And that was as close as I think you could have it imagine.
That's on
That's scary thought.
Amazon, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, cause
I wish I
know
could
there
talk
was
to my
some-
great grandparents about that.
What? And What about
Oh
Man in High Castle?
no, when you said a fascist state and such,
Like a
Oh
like
yeah.
I mean like a super
because
like America's not formed as a fascist state. I mean it has had
um
fascist elements. It has
uh-huh,
definitely it has absorbed a lot of fascists.
yeah,
But it's
There's only so many
that's
fascist states that were actually formed. Okay.
yeah.
yeah, but it
They're
can't operate like
different.
that on a
I'm
continuous
what I
basis.
mean, Jules, is because like I said, I'm East African, and Eritrea was an Italian colony,
Yeah.
Mhm.
and for the most part, we were under fascist rule and subjugated to fascism.
Kind of.
So, yeah,
How does that state operate today with all
You
the
no,
various
no.
tribes?
This is during
That's what I would
colonialism,
ask.
and I
what,
wanted that.
what the thing is, you got to have an industrial state,
Yeah,
It's
corporate
the
state.
fusion between what the companies and the government itself.
Basically, it's so it basically is capitalism, authoritarianism,
mm-hmm,
fused together, and also military fused together. Those
Yeah.
three
yeah.
components.
1910s, 20s, there was a lot of industrial. There was a huge, huge projects on infrastructure. The military was being built up. The facilities were also being built up
Because I know America
because they
encourages
were,
fascism.
Eh,
America,
yeah,
because at the same time, I'll say this:
mm-hmm,
when Italy was fighting Ethiopia,
mm-hmm,
Italian citizens and or American citizens who were of Italian extract were
mm-hmm.
Mhm.
allowed to go and fight for Italy, but African Americans were not. So there's a
yeah.
certain fascism that is allowed and encouraged to have them. That was the one land that was not
That was
Because
conquered.
1936.
because
Yeah,
they don't trust black people who fight
absolutely,
in
And,
Africa. That's why.
absolutely. But what I'm saying is like
and
there's a certain allowed fascism is allowed on certain sides, but not all.
If fascism, okay, fascism is a very specific blend. Okay, got to understand.
Yeah,
Uh,
mm,
uh, um, you got to understand Bismarck to understand fascism. It's
yeah,
authoritarianism and capitalism, right? It's actually the
mm-hmm,
rejection of socialism.
yeah.
In other words, you have the liberal side of socialism.
It's the
Social,
elite running the society, but with
it's a corporate elite running
yeah,
society,
yeah.
along
I
with
mean,
the military elite running society,
yeah.
which is
Franco got it going, and
In
what's his
Spain,
name in Italy?
got to remember what happened.
Mussolini.
It happened right after the collapse of the democratic liberal state of the Weimar Republic,
Hmm.
and they went
In
back to what
Germany.
they knew. They went
Hmm.
back to what they knew, which is Prussian order. But thing is,
Hmm.
we have to have a people that have a culture that's orderly like that. Okay, that doesn't exist
Hmm.
in Africa. Like you,
Okay.
that's why it's Italy, Germany, and Japan, and North Korea is probably the last fascist state on the planet.
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
Hmm.
Let's see. Let me share the screen. Um. Brian. This is just talking about a theory that they're in the same universe. It's not actually saying that Ridley Scott says that they are or anything like that. This is just because I quickly scanned through it and they even talking about Soldier being in the same like
I got you.
this is just like a
Speculative.
theory that that
Now,
that and
Blade,
that's
Blade Runner didn't have artificial people. They were actually genetically bred. Okay, they were genetic. They were genetic uh, beings. Okay, and Alien, they're synthetic.
yeah
Okay.
that like I said they're talking about they share things and
It,
that's why they could be in the same universe. It's like
yeah,
nah.
yeah, not really. Yeah,
Fair enough.
I mean, because you got to think back in the '80s, there was a whole bunch of damn cyberpunk that was coming out during then. So
They
yeah,
could have
yeah,
made like
yeah,
a one shot comic
yeah,
book with them.
but Dick wrote those in the '60s.
yeah,
That's
Philip
true.
K. Dick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Funny
but
you guys bring
he
up
was
that
tapped into
because
something else.
Alien's closer to iRobot than it is
mm,
Blade Runner.
mm. I wonder wait, who created Demolition Man? Is my question.
I don't know.
I have no idea who made that.
Writers mind that because
That seems like one of those things that was transformed from the original source material just enough,
mhm.
and then put a couple characters in it. Stallone with his muscles still. Boom.
Was it a book before
Don't
it
forget
became a
Wesley
movie,
Snipes.
or what?
I don't know. It's a great speculative story about like the future of the planet. You know, everybody's going to Taco Bell. It's the fanciest restaurant. that was great to see in
You know what
1994
that
or whatever.
reminds me? That movie reminds me of now. That is
Right.
That's a leftist wet dream. There's no violence. Taco Bell's the most fanciest restaurant.
Oh
you
yeah,
can get.
yeah.
Don't forget the headgear for getting the freak on, like
Oh,
VR.
That is
Or
Sticky-
how about
Those
the safety phone when remember when he crashed and he had the safety phone just splurt out.
No, it was the 3 shoe shells for me. I was like, how do you use that shit? 3 shoe
Or
shells.
how about like you get remember everybody used to get like tickets for using profanity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You started to curse up a
I
storm to
remember-
get the extra sheets.
Yeah, that's
that was
feminist.
great.
That is politically correct to the max.
Yeah.
That shit was funny as hell when he started cussing the machine just to have toilet paper.
My favorite
I
part.
would do the same damn thing. Fuck this shit.
My favorite was like when like when Wesley Snipes as Simon Phoenix breaks out, right? And he's like, he's just like, working. He's at one of those open air computers, just like trying to get information and whatnot.
Yeah.
And at some point, he just starts, he's like, man, I must be possessed. Wonder if I can play the accordion, because because like when they went through his file, they were like all the stuff that was imprinted in him for part of his rehab. They're wondering what the hell was this, and he's looking, wondering what the hell is all this.
That has to
I didn't
be
know
the most. I think that's the most successful, non-successful movie ever, because that movie didn't do well in the box office, but everybody loves it. I think that was one movie that people just skip.
It was a cult. It's like a
generation specific movie, like very
cult classic in a sense.
Yeah, like not a lot of people have seen like Rock and Roll High School or something like that, but there's movies that stick around and you wind up seeing them, but they didn't make a lot of money at the time.
I've never heard anybody say nothing bad about Demolition Man. Honestly, everybody I've talked to say, yeah, it's a great movie, but I don't think people watched it. I think that was one of the movies that people just skip.
I think it probably broke even. I mean, I would want to see what like Armand White said at the time, because he always has some weird shit to say about movies with black people in them. But it made enough that people remember it, and it made an impact enough that people remember it too.
Yeah. I remember Jesse Ventura was in there.
Was he?
Yeah, you remember? I'll tell you the scene where he was. Remember when Phoenix, like Wesley Snipes, was trying to kill, what's his name, Raymond Cocteau? And he couldn't do it, right? So he tosses the gun and says, "Would you please kill him? He's pissing me off." And that person who shoots him was Jesse Ventura.
Yeah,
I don't even remember that. Wow,
I remember that. Yeah,
you got a good memory.
You know what else helped? It helped. You know what helped for me? Because I'm a pro wrestling fan. At the time, Jesse Ventura was a ringside commentator for WCW alongside Jim Ross before Jim Ross went to WWE. And he was also promoting the movie as well.
Smart man, make his money.
Yeah, this was 92. This is, this is back when he had the head shaved and he just had like that ponytail in the back, like a Hindu, like some of those Hindu priests do. It also helps to have the WWE network, so you can just watch whatever, unlike the Peacock. Yeah. That's right. But I'm just watching that stuff. Plus, it's also available on HBO Max. That and the Blade movies. Can y'all hear me?
Both of them.
Okay, y'all went silent for a minute. I was wondering, was it just me? What time is it over there?
It depends on where you are. It's 11 here.
Well, okay. Like Pacific time. What is it? What time is it Pacific time?
11:13.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You guys are still going through that post WrestleMania hangover. It's just night one.
It's 1:13 Central Standard Time too.
Yeah. How's the mother trucking going, mother trucker?
It's going.
It's still motherfucking going, huh?
Well, since we were talking about Demolition Man, let me ask all these nerds this question: How far do you think we're off from cryo sleep?
Crowd sleep?
Asphalt
Actually,
Disney.
not that far. They've experimented with it already.
Where you can
Not
actually
that far.
freeze someone and actually can preserve them,
Mm-hmm.
or
They've
put
been
them in
experimenting
suspended
with
animation.
they've been experimenting with that for what, the last 50 years?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
There are
probably
actually
not too
species who
far.
do that, don't they?
Hmm?
There's certain species in the wild who are actually able to like
Oh yeah,
cryo freeze like
yeah,
that,
yeah,
like
lots of
frogs.
frogs, even mice. Mice can do it pretty easily.
Yeah,
With mice.
not hibernate, but cryo sleep when
Crowd
they get
sleep. Yeah.
yeah. There are like certain fish that can do that as well, I believe.
Yeah.
Do you think they
And
will still grow as far as like grow old or you think the cells will slow
no,
down?
It's
they go in suspended animation actually, something like
yeah,
that.
they slow it down. They slow it down to the point where you're just barely alive.
Yeah. They could do it like polar bears will go in, or maybe grizzly bears.
And
And then
wild
just
bears.
No, polar bears don't hibernate.
yeah, no, the hibernating bears is what I mean. And like just
Grizzlies, black bears, brown bears, they hibernate.
yeah, have them like
Kodiaks.
fast all of it out and then pump a bunch of cold fluid into their bodies. Do you remember that movie, The Abyss?
Yeah.
Do you remember when they put on the helmet with the liquid oxygen?
Mm-hmm.
That liquid was
I can imagine it could be
The liquid
something
oxygen
like
is real. That comes from
amniotic fluid.
Yeah, 3M. 3M actually
3M.
yeah,
they
I
talked
can
about
imagine
that in
something
the
like that
60s.
does
Yeah.
exist.
They talked about it exists. They came up with that in the 60s.
Yeah, but
So
I
it's been
mean
around.
something like that to like slow down the body temperature and reaction.
Yeah.
That's what I'd imagine it would be like.
I think if the deeper you go, you have to have what they call liquid oxygen. That kind of liquid fluids.
Yeah, just
in your
maintain
lungs.
them at,
Especially
like, low
because
level.
Yeah,
to
'cause
maintain also the pressure down there is immense, man.
Yeah.
Imagine what you like. Take a look at a sperm whale. At the base of its head, it has all this liquid in it. That's similar to seminal fluid.
Mm-hmm.
That's to help them counteract the pressure down at the bottom when they go down deep to hunt for their favorite food, giant squid.
Damn, this guy's still alive?
Who?
Bill Cobbs.
I don't know.
He was he's 88 years old. He's
okay. Oh yeah,
he was the black guy in Demolition Man, the older guy.
Oh, okay.
I thought he's still alive.
Yeah, there's a lot of black actors. I mean,
Born in 1934. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of actors like that. Yeah.
What's his name?
That's the year my grandparents was born.
Harry Belafonte's still alive. He's 95.
Yeah.
There's a lot of those dudes that. Was it the guy who played the grandpa in the Cosby Show? He died at like 92.
Yeah. He was the voice of Panthro in the original Thundercats too, as Charles likes to remind us.
Yeah, he came out of the closet at like 90.
That's a deep closet, boy.
Yeah, but I'm always like, man, look, if you are not out of the closet, or if you're not married or like known to be a known player, if you're in musical theater, I think it's a 50-50 shot you're gay.
Hey, who was the guy who always had the bald head?
Who?
George Jefferson.
Oh yeah,
Sherman Hemsley. Sherman
Hemsley. Yeah. He was a pretty much quote unquote bachelor until he died. So.
Wait, wasn't he with what's his name in Fresh Prince? One they kind of partners.
I mean, I never heard that rumor, but now that you say so.
You mean your Uncle Phil, James Avery?
Yeah. I thought they were partners.
I remember the dad from Family Guys or Family Matters.
Oh, Reginald Vell Johnson.
Yeah. Bro, he came on a show. It might have been like Regis and Kathy Lee, and he came out just swishing. I was like, holy sh! It blew my mind.
Yeah,
because he came out with, like, hands bent, like it was a different.
Man.
You remember that song back in the day? You remember that song back in the day? I'm coming out.
oh yeah.
I remember when Amory just remixed that song. She did a remake of that in the 2000s. But
Diana Ross, I'm coming out.
Yeah, I'm coming out.
Oh, what's his name? Sylvester. That was the one.
He wasn't in no closet.
No, he wasn't. I that's how you know, like,
Sylvester.
You know who Sylvester is.
Yeah, you make me feel mighty real. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can't.
It was from him. You get the Weather Girls.
I think
Yeah,
that has
that's
been
true.
like that is like
Now,
that has
you
been the theme for LGBTQ men for
Yeah.
like the past
Yeah.
40
Yeah,
years.
it was.
Yeah.
Right.
Sylvester.
you know the one person that really hurt females' hearts?
Who?
Yeah.
Don
Tevin
Lemon.
Campbell.
No,
Kevin?
really, I'll tell you who it really hurt females' hearts.
Who?
Luther Vandross.
Luther,
Yeah.
yeah,
What about
Luther.
what about Freddie Jackson? What about Freddie Jackson?
No, Luther Vandross.
Yeah, Luther
They
did.
all
I'm not
loved
sure
him.
about
Yeah,
Freddie.
my mom was like, nah, he ain't gay, because he
Nah,
used to love
he was
Luther.
singing to the aunties. He was singing to the
Until he got
aunties.
caught in that accident with that 13
Yeah.
car.
Well, no,
Yeah.
I thought that was Teddy Pendergrass who got
What?
caught
No,
in the
Teddy.
accident.
No. Teddy Pendergrass got caught with a tranny, with his hand around his.
Yeah, outside of Houston.
Yeah.
With a mouthful.
It was the same car accident where you end up being paralyzed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Couldn't
Oh
pull up
man.
his pants.
Speaking of which, it was like
Although Eddie Murphy got caught with a tranny in Hollywood. So
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
You know what happened?
Y'all remember Jermaine Stewart?
That girl wound up falling off the roof
Yeah.
weeks later.
He was never in the closet either.
Yeah, nobody knew. You know, his death was like, you know, nobody talked about his death because he died the same week Biggie died.
No.
In fact, you know, he was buried, but he didn't have a tombstone for like 14 years and whatnot until they finally put one.
Didn't Jermaine Stewart come off of Soul Train, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, he was supposed to be one of the members of Shalimar, but didn't work out, so he ended up being a backup dancer for them. Then he came out with his own solo career.
Yeah.
He died in March of '97. Liver failure, HIV, AIDS-related liver failure.
Yeah, he's on the medications. That's probably why.
There's a bunch of those.
Very
There's a
common.
bunch of those that
Willie
exist.
Ninja died in 06 from AIDS-related heart failure as well. I was like, wow.
If you're on the medication, man, the medication will kill you eventually.
Oh man, the ARVs. I mean, BGS. Do you remember? I'm sorry, Jules. If I may.
There's a bunch of good interviews with David Allen Greer. Who he was in early. He's one of those guys who's like a boomer, but it was in like mid Hollywood where he knows Harry Belafonte and like the James St. Jacques and like Robert Guillaume, but he also knows, he was a contemporary of was it Denzel, and he knows all the younger guys too, so you could tell he was telling all these. There was a good interview where he was talking to, I know what it was. He was at a show, he was telling all these stories about it, and he was talking about all these people who were dropping gems about how you had to make it up, and the gay guys protected the gay guys and the black community at that point, and then back, because they were like the straight guys who were black and then the gay guys who were black, and they were like friends, but they weren't like, they
weren't lovers.
They like, I respect you, bro, but you go in the sauna, I'm gonna go over to the gym. We'll be cool.
But Eddie Murphy told that joke.
But they know each other. They knew each other, and there was like, some of those guys would like adopt their son, and then some of those guys would just be like, "Ooh, I'm just gonna go sleeping with a bunch of Swedish models," but they would still be cool on the road. Like there's God.
Yeah,
some of those Swedish models turned out to be Danish.
There were rules then. In other words, they respected each other. They didn't try to hit on each other.
Exactly, and they would be cool. Like what's his name? Red Fox. He was on the road like touring comedian. A lot of his friends were just like, what do you call it? Like drag queens.
Yeah,
back in like the 40s, 30s, and stuff like that. Like, there was a split. I don't know when it happened, like 60s, 70s, but like
like 80s, like 80s.
It became
because of AIDS and shit,
or something.
And they start playing by the rules.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
What do you mean by that? That's what I can't get.
In other words, basically, if you're a tranny, you're in that kind of lifestyle, you're supposed to let people know. Go to certain
disclosure
clubs.
And shit. You have to disclose that you are.
They knew because they were all like friends and stuff.
Yeah, you had to disclose. Whatever you don't disclose.
Like
that's when the problem started.
Cool.
Yeah, that's what's going on right now. They don't feel like they should have to disclose nothing.
Just like how a lot of people just don't like or straight people were like, when it comes to it, back then they didn't disclose their STD status in some cases.
It's not the same.
Not
even close to the same.
Oh, okay.
You missing the people.
I didn't realize that they were going through that cycle. I
Just
didn't
like
realize that that was like
like in the old days, if they didn't disclose and they were playing their game, they knew the consequences,
It's
repercussions. They
consequence.
kept
Yeah,
themselves to get
You
their
would die.
yeah,
next flick are getting shot and killed.
yeah.
That's
yeah,
why. And see, they
That's why.
think they're above that bullshit now, but what they don't understand is those rules in on the man's side still apply. Bitch, we're kids.
Yeah,
Don't play these games with
yeah.
us.
Fair enough.
yeah. I think
Yeah.
you should be fully informed. You know,
Yeah.
like,
Those are the
don't
rules. Those were
appreciate
the
that.
rules
Yeah,
back
but
then. And they will
but
let you know. If you were drunk or mistaken, I'm a queen. Have you ever been with a queen?
Yeah,
yeah,
That's to let you know that I'm not.
yeah. Because
Yeah.
I
I'm not a
mean,
straight.
because like you talk to some of these dudes from like this, older dudes who were like, they were a
Mhm,
little wild back in the day, and they'll
mhm,
tell you like, I know Jim. He used to go hang out with Fred, and
mhm,
I don't hang out with Fred, but I know that Jim and Fred used to hang out and he get a little drunk and
mhm.
whatever.
Yeah,
But those guys would have their thing and it wouldn't be out in the open.
Mm.
I think, and that was I don't know,
they
if
didn't
it's a
talk about it.
protection.
yeah,
They didn't
Exactly.
talk
Yeah.
what they talk about.
yeah.
I remember it was like
Be,
I remember
be,
going through like my dad's old records, not records, but cassette tapes. There was one by Sam Cooke. He had a song called Frankie and Johnny. Talked about that shit,
Now I
Mhm.
don't know that, but that
something like that.
So
could
what's
be.
that? The song Frankie and Johnny?
There was a song called Frankie and Johnny.
Yeah.
BGS.
I didn't know he was talking about. It was like about a gay couple in that one.
It was. They always use she, so I don't know. So
Yeah,
it could be.
BGS.
Okay.
Yeah.
BGS.
Yes, sir.
If memory serves me correct,
Mhm.
correct me if I'm wrong. Was it one of the members of the old Rat Pack? He was kind of on the undercover side too, if I'm not mistaken. One
Not
of
that I,
those guys.
not that I know of. I
He
never
ran
heard that.
both ways. One of them, I kept watching one of those old mob stories where they kept trying to caught Frank's group with one of those guys was just he would damn. I
Not
think I know the white guy I'm talking about.
okay.
He was the pretty faced, clean shaven one out the
Mhm.
group, and he was not Dean Martin.
Mhm.
He was the shorter one. He was the
Okay.
shorter one, and
Joey Bishop.
because it was three white guys and Sammy. It
It
was
was
that other.
Frank
Jerry
Sinatra,
Lewis.
Dean Martin,
No,
Joey Bishop.
Jerry wasn't in the Rat Pack.
But Dean Martin,
Oh.
yeah,
Dean
Yeah,
Martin. Dean Martin was like, I don't know
he
if he
was a
was from
player. I
Detroit,
heard Dean Martin was a
yeah.
player.
Dean was a player. Dean
but
was a player. It
he was
was that
married. He was
other
like a
I,
group.
married Catholic guy back in the day.
Dean and Frank were players. It was the other one. He was he was they said he was the suspect. That's all I'm saying. They
That's
said
possible. That's possible.
he was the suspect.
oh,
you
Uh,
had are you talking about Joey Bishop?
Yeah, it's Frank
Yeah,
Sinatra,
could
Dean
be, could be.
Martin, Joey Bishop,
Peter
Peter
Lawler.
Lawler. He was married to the Kennedys, and then Frank
I
Sinatra,
mean,
and
you
then
had Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra, Sammy Davis.
Sammy Davis Jr. God, man,
Yeah.
I couldn't. And then Sammy
Hey,
Davis.
I thought it was just three white guys and Sammy. I didn't know it was four
that was
white guys
four.
and
That was
Sammy.
four.
Yeah,
That's
only
four.
like only a handful of them could actually sing, but they had a bunch of friends around them. Like that whole Rat Pack thing was like secondary to the first Rat Pack. But yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that goes around that. Plus, like one of them was married to the Kennedys and might have been the one who introduced them to Maryland, who got them tied up with that whole. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff. A lot of deaths, a lot of deaths that go
Yeah,
on.
Frank died in the mid '90s, didn't he?
Yep, I remember seeing him on Larry King when he was like way out of it, when his body
Yeah,
was like
1998
collapsing.
he died. I remember that.
Man, who remembers when Sammy passed?
He did it his way.
I was thinking more. Sammy
1990.
that my cousin did a great impression of Sammy because Sammy was like he survived everything, but he would never give up smoking, and that throat cancer finally claimed him. He was like, "I'm never gonna give it up. I'll never give it up. This is always gonna be with me for the rest of my life."
And Dean
Lung cancer.
Martin
That's
died
also
in
took.
'95.
Yeah, I remember.
I think they're all dead right now. Yeah.
They have to be.
They
I mean,
should
all
be.
of them were born in like the 20s at the very latest.
Yeah, they all should be dead by now.
I want to say like there was a bunch of people that were like tangentially related. Don Rickles, I remember as a comedian, I really enjoyed him because he was just a rude son of a bitch. But he had the best Frank Sinatra joke where he was just like, one time Frank saved my life. These guys were beating me up. And Frank said, all right, guys, he's had enough. Stop hitting him. Because he was like tied up with the mob so much. He just got these guys beaten like crazy. But I do remember there was a good episode of the Letterman show where Denzel was on the couch as like the primary guest, and Don Rickles was there, and like Don Rickles does this thing where he just like fucking pokes at you, just poke, and digs, and Denzel was like, "Come on, do it to me," because he's a boomer. He knows Don Rickles. He'll make fun of you, because you're black, because you're gay, because you're whatever, and he bent the knee and he just didn't do it. I think that was like one of those first signs of like political correctness wasn't allowed. Because Don Rickles had a whole act of being like this weird looking turtle guy who would just make fun of everybody, and he didn't do it because I think he didn't want to get cut off at the knees at that point.
Either that, or maybe he was too old, or it was something he didn't want, or just he had too much respect for Denzel. Let
me go ahead and read my cash apps real quick.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Julian, appreciate you. Says time and coffee. Pensive, appreciate you. I'm just gonna say Marcus, appreciate you. Brian, appreciate you. Bless King for the $2 holler. Salute, brethren, appreciate you. Aquateki, #1 wrench in the building, appreciate you. John B, appreciate you. Ray June and Memphis O'Gun, appreciate you.
Okay. Anyway, like talking about people who came out who I didn't know who were in the closet or in their lives gay. Charles Winfield. Y'all remember him? The actor Charles Winfield. You remember the show 227?
Yeah.
So you talking about the cop? You talking about Smitty from Sanford and Sons?
Charles Winfield.
No, I thought his last name was Williams.
Wait,
one of them. Winfield? Where's one of them? It's got to be Winfield, I think.
You talking about
from 227?
You talking about what's her face's daddy from 227? Marla Gibbs' husband?
No, not him.
Okay.
The neighbor who was in the penthouse.
The neighbor, the female.
No, not Helen Martin. Not Helen Martin. There was another guy. He had like he was dressed like kind of suave and such.
Oh, you talking about the Jeffersons?
Charles Winfield.
Charles Winfield.
Oh, no. You're talking about Julian Winfield. I know you're talking
Julian Winfield? Charles Winfield.
No, he's a light-skinned brother with the mustache who was I know you're talking about.
Was it Julian Winfield? Charles Winfield.
His name Paul Winfield.
Paul Winfield. Sorry, my mistake. Paul Winfield.
Yeah. He was a God. What was he in?
He was in Sounder. He was in. He played Martin Luther King.
Black Dog. No, White Dog as well.
He's like
White Dog.
Puffy face, mixed race.
Yeah, Paul Winfield.
Lighter skin guy.
No, he wasn't really light skin. Yeah.
He was
like I said, lighter.
He was gay and he was in a long until his death in 2002. He was until the death of his partner. He was in a 30-year relationship.
Yeah, okay. Musical theater, man. Trust me.
I say. Speaking of which,
what do you say? It's a 50-50 chance if they have musical theater. 50-50 chance.
Yeah.
80%. Yeah, no.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Hal Williams, he's still alive, by the way. 84 years old.
Yeah, Hal Williams. Okay.
Hal, 84 years old. God damn, my grandmother outlaws these guys. And by the way, I'm not supposed to mention this, but I lost my grandmother like about a few weeks ago. 95 years young. Oh no, the 95 years.
Oh yeah.
95 years. She lived a whole life. I remember I was like, I got the call and I said, give me a minute to just like, and this is about my favorite grandma. And I was close because she was there when I was born and everything. So last time I got a chance to call her was like, just like, call in was like, about a month prior. And I didn't know she passed. And when they told me, I was like, oh wow. And they said, we're not going to mourn. She lived a long life. And the woman died in her sleep. Okay. Best way to go. So we were like, don't cry for it, because in our culture, we don't mourn the dead. When someone dies, we don't mourn that bitterly for like the older ones, because we realize it's their time to go. If you live from 60 beyond, like they lived a good life. Especially if they died in their sleep and everything, it was time to go. It's just people mostly mourn like really bitterly with like death of a young person, some shit like that. And man, when they get to wailing, they get to wailing. But I feel about I just come to terms with it, accept it. I don't know, for some reason when they told me, I just felt kind of numb, but I didn't cry. It's like I already accepted it.
I think if like
I made peace with I was never gonna see them. That was why. But yeah.
I mean, because if they pass and they're like super old like that, it's kind of like you already knew it was coming.
Yeah.
Like that. Like when it came to me when my mom when she passed, she was just 50. I didn't expect it. It came out of nowhere. So it's kind of like, damn, that kind of fucked me up. But when it's like I had my great aunt that just passed. She was like damn near 90. So it's kind of like, okay,
yeah.
You can see it, yeah.
Yeah. So you kind of prepare yourself. I mean, sometimes it does. It still does hit you. I mean, it does.
Yeah.
It is. So I mean,
by the time they're tired, they're just ready to go. So
yeah. I'm sure all her friends who are still alive were kind of envious of her because she passed away gracefully, peacefully. A lot of them, not so well. Some complications from dementia, high blood pressure, and everything.
Yeah,
diabetes.
I just don't want to be a vegetable.
That's nobody.
Dementia and Alzheimer's got my grandmother.
Oh man.
BGS, is your mom still with us?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just curious because I know you talk about it from time to time. I haven't heard.
Yeah. She's still, we call her Shuffle. She's still around.
What about your father?
He's gone. Yeah.
Hold on. What do you mean you be calling her Shuffle? Don't be calling her Shuffle.
Yeah. That's
I know what you meant by that too.
Wait, hold on a second. Excuse me, BJS. When you say she shuffle, you mean like how Bernie Mac described Big Mama?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She that's the way she walks.
Yeah, the way she walks, she slide and shit like Big Mama.
Yeah, she slides like Big Mama. Yeah.
Oh man, I'm just
it's a blessing to have someone like that from that generation.
Yeah. She tell
yeah. You said you lost your grandmother to Alzheimer, Al?
Yeah, I lost her at 16.
Oh man, my man, a friend of mine who I knew, who was like my sister's age. He lost his grandmother that way to Alzheimer's, and this was like about 20 years ago. Yeah, it's been like about 20 years now. About 10. No, it's been it's been 20 years now.
She was one of the smartest women I know. She graduated from the University of Texas, 1983, age 50, second in her class.
Go Longhorns. Okay. She was a bad heifer.
Yeah, and think about it. She was 50, graduated with 18, 19, 20, 21-year-olds. Think about this. Second in your class, and you 50 and a black woman. So all these white kids couldn't hold her.
Oh, she had she had experience over them.
No, she had, life and knowledge.
Yeah, knowledge.
This is a woman who was married to a Vietnam and Korea and Vietnam vet. 22 years military.
God damn.
Raised 5 kids? 5 kids. Yeah, 5 kids. 4 of the 5 immigrants. Fucking immigrants.
All right. Let's not reopen old wounds.
Huh? So what?
What were you about to say?
No, I wasn't about to say anything.
Okay.
Wait, BJS, you said your father passed. If it's not too personal, how exactly?
It's cancer, prostate cancer.
What form? You and Snowman have something in common because he lost his father that way, prostate cancer.
Yeah, he was 80, 85.
Yeah. Charlie Wilson, who survived prostate cancer, lost his own father to it as well. That shit. I remember telling my father like that story about Charlie Wilson when he realized, he said, "Shit, I better go get checked."
Yeah.
A man in his 60s, and I'm like, wondering when can I? Because I've been trying to argue with my doc about getting it. I'm like, hey, look,
Yeah.
I don't. Maybe I should show him a picture of my father's foot, so it let him know, I can take it.
No. All you got to ask them, they'll give you the finger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially the type of doctors you might get. He'll give you the finger. No,
Come on in here.
Hey, oh man, you didn't have to put it like that, oh man.
You want to drink first?
No, BJ, to be honest with you, I've had a colonoscopy,
Okay, all right.
and I was like, all right, let's do it. But when they stuck it in, I was like, my face on the monitor, and next thing you know, I'm like a 12-year-old asking 20 questions to the technician, like, what's that? Is that normal? Is this, that? At some point, for some reason, I just wanted to take out a textbook and start taking notes, and like, all right, so this is what it is. All right.
Now,
I was 20 at the time.
When they ask you for dinner after.
No, but the nurse was like saying, you're doing a good job staying calm. I'm like, I've dealt worse.
Did you light up a cigarette?
Yeah.
No, but he might. Well, hey, it could have been worse. Well, actually, I've dealt with worse. An endoscopy. Well, y'all know what that is? Okay, see, it's like a colonoscopy. Instead, like they shove the tube down your esophagus.
The other way, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That's enough to make you apologize to your girlfriend about and say, call your girlfriend and say, I promise, no more deep throat, no more deep throat.
Yeah. Yeah, they have to give you some kind of
it's a mouthpiece they have to put. No, in my case, no, they gave me like this mouthpiece with a hole in it, so I can bite on something, but not try to gag on it. The problem was when they were pulling it, when they had to remove the camera out, I would involuntarily just belch out.
Yeah.
And for some reason, I kept kicking my leg up in the air when they did that. And it's just like, that was. Love you.
Yeah, you left it wide open, man.
Has the birthday boy been in here already?
Yeah, he was in here, but I think he's passed out.
He left.
He probably got shit.
Old young age.
He's 41. He's 41 now.
Old Negro.
He's just, man. BJS. When you were pushing 40, did you start feeling it? At what age did you think you started feeling it? Like you feeling your age?
Yeah.
You really start feeling that at like 35.
35.
Yeah. There's some things you just can't do anymore, or it's harder to do at 35 than it was. That's when you start to really notice the change.
You're getting old when you start realizing that naps are great.
Yeah, in my case, yeah, I was like, I realized it because like my father used to take a lot of naps. I was like, I never understood that. When I was younger, if I took a nap, I'd be up all night.
Yeah. You realize it when you try to go past third gear.
Like, whoa, now hold on.
Yeah, see, wait a minute, pull that hamstring up.
I remember.
I remember. Yeah, I remember. What was it? Alonzo Bowden. He talked about that because he's like he's like pushing 60 now. He talks about like I can't deal with younger women now because some of the old players here will understand when I say like when your knee goes out, when you blow your knee or your back goes out, you were like, I'm gonna take a time out. Some of the old players say, yeah, especially when that knee goes out or your back goes out and shit.
It doesn't snap back.
It does. Yeah. It's like I've thrown my back out 3 times. I remember 3 times I've thrown my back out. Wasn't that my back? I was a sciatica, and I had to just like lay down and just had to do a lot of those stretches just to regain the feeling. But man, I couldn't move right for a while. It was a struggle just to get up.
My dad used to race us all the time, and that was one time I think he was like getting ready to be 40. He raced us for a good time, and then he just pulled his hamstring. He's like, nope.
That hamstring gets tight. Yeah.
Like, nope, can't do this no more. I can't play
no more. Yeah.
Yeah, just that's why I do a lot of stretching. That's where you got to stretch.
Yeah, so whenever we go down there, me and my brother, we have to play him in horse. We can't play him in the game. But, yeah, I can shoot, but I can't jump.
No, yeah, you notice it when you got 40, yeah, because I first time I touched the rim, I think I was like 12,
Uh-huh.
and then I tried it again. I was like my mid 40s, tried to touch the rim, and I jumped up. I didn't even hit the net. I said, okay, this got to be a mistake.
I mean,
Is
I've
my
been
mind deceiving me or my
Yeah,
body?
yeah, because he used to be able to touch my elbow on the rim, and
Mm.
when I was
Wait a
younger,
minute.
but
You
then
can't palm a
also
ball, right? You
no,
can't palm a ball. No, you can't.
no, hands a little too
Yeah,
small for that one. But
yeah.
I tried to jump up and it touched the rim. I said, let me just loosen up, just pop up and touch the rim. Didn't even touch the net. I said, and I tried it again. I had to try like 10 times to even touch the net. I said, okay, all right.
BGS, your ankles, your legs were basically like Danny Glover. They were just telling you to go spit,
No,
go spit.
in other words, you pop up, right? The elevator doesn't go all the way up. It kind of stops halfway.
He's like, did I just hop right now?
It's like no. It says no. You should be at the top at the penthouse. No, but you only hit the 5th floor.
uh,
I said,
one thing,
"Oh, elevator don't go all the way up no more." Okay, okay, I
yeah,
get it now.
Okay, all right.
one thing I don't feel shame about is like having gray hair because I got some gray hairs in my beard, and I was like, finally,
Mm,
for some reason I just like having some gray hair in my beard.
Yeah, I'm just glad I have not gone bald yet. I just
Yeah.
okay.
I don't really have gray. I'm like I see like little streaks here and there,
Hmm.
Hey, the
but it's
worst
not.
is like when you have gray hair lower, chest
And
hair, and below.
if you had
Nah, you got gray.
kept messing with them crazy women, you probably had a head full.
Yeah, really. Yeah, luckily I have not had like a crazy one that's gonna scratch up my car and shit.
Ah.
So I lucked out on that. But as far as that, I only got like maybe like 2 strands of gray in my beard. That's about it.
Oh, okay. You're
Mm,
doing good. You're doing
Yeah, I'm
good.
doing
mm.
good. Hey, got a head full of hair,
Man,
two little strands. That's it.
yeah, yeah. Stress free life, sir. That's what it
Yes,
means.
sir.
Mm.
Now, when you get
No,
gray
no,
hairs in your
no,
nuts,
no,
that's another.
and no kids and no crazy bitches,
Man,
man.
don't even talk. Don't even
I
talk about
mean, first
that.
time,
You don't want my life.
yeah, first time art. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Al.
Man, don't talk about that art. First, the gray hair on the neck, they came in the late 20s for me. I was like, what the fuck is going on around here?
God
Damn.
I'm
damn.
like, shit.
The first time,
Who you
it was
messing
No,
with?
a no. First time somebody sees a gray ball, it's like they think, oh, it's some soap they didn't wash out properly.
Oh shit! Damn, for real? Shit.
no,
You
I'm
I
looking.
could.
That's
I already know my past. My grandfather, when he passed, a head full of silver and gray, just I'm talking about like a silver fox, just solid, all up and down, waving curly. I know where it's gonna happen. So everybody like, why you don't cut your hair? So I know what the progression gonna be. I'm just following the suit. And so
you're gonna be a cottonhead, as we say, where I'm
yeah,
from.
and silver, not
That's the truth.
cotton white.
Cotton
No,
is white.
yeah, no, where I'm from, like when they say you got a head full of gray hair, they call you a cottonhead.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Where I'm from, there's some
shit.
people I know gray as a weasel, and they have to dye their hair constantly. They grade it prematurely.
Hey, you know you old when you got use just for men on your nuts.
There's no dye kit for that shit.
I'm a real man. Fuck that. I ain't with the great dying for what? Shit, nigga, you take it half easy. This way.
Nah,
I ain't
that's
doing
when
no.
you get no. That's when you just start, just remove that hair and everything. Shave it
Uh,
off.
you don't
Hey,
even do that. You shave it, it comes back even more. See, my thing was I plucked one. I plucked one 3 times. Try. Nope, you don't.
Doink,
You that's
doink,
messed up.
doink. Like in the old
Start
cartoons.
cut. They come back in 10. No, no, thank you.
hey. He said I'm fucking going bald. Yeah, that was one thing I was like. That's why I kind of cut my dreads off because I was like, yeah, I know I'm probably gonna be going bald pretty soon. Cause my
Yeah.
dad started going bald when he reached 40. So I'm like, we'll
What's
see.
the worst form of a baldness? Is like when it starts at the base, it starts at the crown, like in the center of your skull.
Shit in the front.
That's the front is where, but if you start balding like at the top of your crown and shit, then it just spreads all the way out.
Nah, the
That's
front.
worse.
You start losing your hairline.
Mm,
That's the worst, in my opinion. When you start
mm.
losing that, because you can't get that back. If you use that little spray shit, it looks fucking weird. At least if it's in the crown of your head, you can kind of hide it, but you still have your hairline.
Yeah, I've known guys with dreads who've had, the full locks, but they have
Mhm.
that bald spot, and they just drape it over that bald spot.
Yeah, like that
You
comb
know?
over and shit. Yeah, I know some people that.
I mean,
not-
there's
it's-
I
some
know.
comb overs that is kind of like okay, like you couldn't tell. Like
Yeah.
I've seen like
Yeah.
one video where like an Asian dude had a bald spot, and he just had that comb over. I was like, oh shit, you couldn't even tell he
Oh.
had a bald spot.
And going
Or
back
look
to
at the
one
Prime
thing,
Minister of
going
Israel.
back, let me jump back to something.
Oh, sorry.
For black men in general, get checked out. Prostate, colonoscopy, whatever that is. 'Cause I was
Yeah.
talking to my uncle. He's an MD, and he was telling me that black men have an insanely high rate of colon cancer, prostate cancer. But they made a switch in the Medicaid, Medicare, whatever, which kind of sets the standard going down for all insurances, private or public or whatever, where for most men, they recommended 45. For black men, they recommend 40.
Mhm.
And instead of moving it for the recommendation for it to go down to black men getting it checked at 40, they moved it down for white men to get it checked at 40. And then black men, they didn't really recommend, even though black men have it at a higher incidence rate
Yeah.
and a higher
Also,
mortality rate. So
also, Jules, if you also have to consider testicular cancer, 20s
Yeah.
and 30s, you got to worry about testicular cancer. It's 40s and 50s for prostate. So that's why you always have to, and that's why when you go get the prostate exam, they also check your testicles.
yeah,
So they do, because I remember Lance Armstrong, 26 years old, he was diagnosed with stage 3 for testicular cancer.
yeah. But it also, he he used a lot of chemicals
Hell,
too. Which might have sped that up.
some people got I remember, was it Whoopi Goldberg when she appeared, when like, if you remember Opie and Anthony, they used to take shots at her show. The one time she just shows up on their show, they bitched up, but she did say something that was really important. She said, like, I advocate for men getting prostate exams. The youngest person she knew at the time who had it was 25. That's rare.
Yeah,
25.
It can happen. It definitely can.
It can happen. That's why you should get tested. Also, what was it, a couple years ago on Arts and Hangout? Herbert, remember Herbert Lewis?
Yeah.
Mm.
He talked about like guys should get colonoscopies now, because he had put off getting one, and when he did, they discovered some shit, like a bunch of polyps up his intestines, up in his large intestine and shit.
Yeah.
Fortunately, he got that taken.
Your gut health too. You check your
Yeah.
gut.
Oh man, I was like, last 3 weeks I was like in pain because my intestines like all messed up. Because I realized, like, must have ate some, and I was going through some shit, and it was hurting like hell, my whole large intestine, and I'm like thinking I better go get checked out soon. I'm gonna talk to my doctor and get all that shit checked out. But now I'm 40, so no arguments. Excuse me.
Get checked out. I think that's got to be like, it's got to be encouraged more.
Yeah. Also get tested.
Yeah.
If you're getting it, I don't care when was the last time you got any, or if you're going to get involved, at least get tested in advance, so you don't have to worry about shit.
And we as men in general need to start doing better as far as going to the doctor. It's not,
or dentist.
Well, that's everybody, dentist. Yeah. But as far as the ones that doctor, I know that's one thing.
Well,
I honestly think it's just more so like we just don't want to feel like there's nothing wrong with us.
That's a problem for a lot of people, especially those of us from immigrant backgrounds. We don't trust doctors because we think we're going to be a burden to the families or whatnot. It's like it's better not to know than to know.
Yeah, I'm not.
Because how much is that? Because they don't know how much of that. Does that mean do we have to like go? Do we have to break the bank just to get help?
I mean, shit. I'll be honest with you. If I knew I had cancer right now, I wouldn't take any treatments. I was like, oh, just accept my damn fate.
Depends on what stage you're at. If it's 1 or 2, you got a great shot at coming back from it.
And do I really want to spend all that damn money?
Well, I
Here's
mean,
a here's
hopefully, you got
a.
good
Oh, sorry. Go
insurance
ahead, Jules.
package.
For just a chance. I mean,
No,
I'm
no,
just
no, no,
I'm just
no.
talking about for me personally.
If
I
you
mean,
if you're a stage 1, stage 2, I mean 0, 1, or 2, I mean you got a really good chance, like 75+% chance.
0-1, yeah, but when it comes to like 3 or 4, like, yeah, I'm not spending Google's amounts of money just to survive 6 months.
Mm.
You'd be. I mean, I definitely understand that.
I
'Cause I've
mean,
known people who,
why am I gonna prolong the inevitable?
well, I mean, we're all gonna die, but I've known people. One of my good friends who, my constant letter recommendation person, she got cancer at like 35,
What
and
form?
oh man, it might have been lymphoma. But I remember
Hodgkin's lymphoma.
I think so.
That's
Because
what
I know this Hodgkin's
Kevin
was
Samuels had.
I can't remember what, but she is closing in on 50, and she would have never had the life she's had, without going through the treatment and going through everything. And she said it was horrible, but she's had an extra, almost 20 years with her daughter, husband, vacation, living life.
Yeah.
So it's just, is it worth it to you? That's what I got to ask. Because I say this because I had 2 friends who passed during the COVID era, both from a very similar carcinoma that just crushed their brain. And
Oh.
I've seen how, like, I understand, like, not wanting to go through it, and I understand the pain of that, but it is a very different thing. It was weird because one was a guy, one was a girl, but they had almost the exact same cancer, but on different lobes of the brain, and it took them out. And they both
Inoperable.
had, what's that?
Was it inoperable or untreatable?
One of them had an operation, the other one, but they both had treatments, like just everything you could think of. But there's certain ones that just they cannot do without removing half of your lobe.
And that could be written. That comes without complications, or it could be
I mean,
it could be
you're a
huge risk.
No.
Yeah. So,
but they went through it, and I mean, they made it as far as you can make it, and like flew to foreign countries, got like specialized cell cultures and specialized treatments, and they didn't make it, but they fought for the dear life of it because they had family, kids.
I don't have no kids. I ain't got no wife or anything like that. Nah, fuck all that.
Yeah. That's what I say. 0 through 2. You got a good shot. You got a good shot.
Yeah.
And then if you have like family and stuff, 3 and 4, you're willing to do it. Because I remember, man, and they had the helmet. They both had the helmet that had the magnets on it and stuff. I mean, that was the hardest thing. Because I remember being like 20 with these 2, and we would just be on the quad having a good time, and each of them got this thing that just just turned their brain into pudding.
I lost about 5 years ago. I lost a friend. Well, actually, an acquaintance. He was more of a friend to one of my siblings, to a form of stomach cancer, and we didn't realize it. And then, I didn't get a chance to talk. I didn't wait. I had to wait sometime after the funeral. They called siblings and find out what happened. But the funny thing was, girl he was also seeing at the time, a couple years before that, was she had underwent a form of cancer treatment as well. She had to have what they call uterine fibrosis, uterine cysts. They had to and I know one of my relatives, they had some similar to that, and they had to take out these tumors out of her uterus the size of golf balls.
Jeez.
That's scary. But when we talk about, but here's one thing we also, hold on, Art, if I may. One thing I think when it comes to, we talk about cancer and whatnot, I think guys should take real seriously is male breast cancer. Because the difference between male breast cancer and women's cancer is first of all, women more often than not, they will get the benign form of it. Men, when we get diagnosed with breast cancer, although it's rare in comparison, but we always get the metastatic malignant form.
Yeah.
And because, when you compare a man's pec to a woman's breast, the cancer can spread quickly across muscle tissue. So you can go from stage 1 to stage 2, not in a matter of months, but in a matter of months to maybe weeks in some cases, depending on how aggressive it is.
That's why you should always check yourself. Like when you're in the
Yeah.
shower, like always, feel around in your armpits, your neck, your groin, like all the soft spots. Like you
Yeah.
can find like a map of where your lymphatic nodes and
Yeah.
stuff are. And if
Yeah.
you feel something that feels like a P or like a dime or something like that, hey, go call your physician and say, hey, I got this thing. Let's check this out. And if they get it early, they get it early.
Yeah.
You have to
Could be
deal
a
with
cyst,
after
could be something serious.
Mhm.
Because usually if it's a cyst, it's a benign cyst, they won't do anything about it. Just it'll go away.
Yeah. But I know, man, I had a friend in college who got one ball removed, and they said that he got ball cancer.
Testicular cancer.
Yeah, but they plucked it out, and he was like 20 years old.
How old was he?
20.
Yeah, 20s and 30s.
Yeah, and he said like the weirdest thing was that the one that remained fell to the center, which I was like, I mean, I guess that makes sense.
There's room now.
Yeah.
Nature loves harmony. Loves.
Yeah.
I mean,
do you know that in life, your one ball hangs lower than the other actually?
Wait, what?
Yeah, one ball actually hangs lower than the other apparently.
That's what all body parts. I mean, there's one leg that's longer, one arm that's longer, one hand that's bigger than the other.
Yeah.
Until you go see the chiropractor, then you're aligned properly.
And not really. I mean, he can't realign the length of your bones. I mean, the length of your bones. That's what. All you could do is just put things in its place. Because sometimes, if your body's not aligned correctly, your arm, your arm's not right. I need to go to one myself, to be honest with you.
Yeah. There's one in South Carolina I might want to go to.
Because I think my foot is actually going a little bit. One of my foot's going a little bit too far to the right, so I may need to go to a chiropractor to realign myself.
Yeah,
Especially get your spine realigned.
Chiropractors. I mean, as long as they don't mess with the neck, that's the one area.
Massage therapists, osteopaths.
Oh, they mess with your neck.
I don't want them to touch that. That's the one area. I'm like, don't touch it.
They got to realign everything, especially there's something called a TMJ.
Yeah.
Where the base of your skull meets is connected to your neck.
Shit, they hit your tailbone with the little rod.
Yeah, but this is a lot more compressed, sensitive areas.
Some are able to specialize in fix realigning your sinus and such.
They're gonna have to crack your neck and realign it.
Yeah, they don't really crack your neck. What they do is just twist it back into proper alignment, both sides.
I'll just say that's one of the more sensitive areas.
It's scary. I know it's scary, isn't it? It's sometimes scary for some people.
Well, I mean, like if you sparred, there's just like you realize that
they know what they're doing.
They know what they're doing.
I get it. You see someone twist your neck and it pops, and you're just like, oh shit. Did he just break my neck? You're like, yeah.
No, I mean,
have you seen the dogs?
So, yeah, I was just gonna say, have you seen the ones where they be doing the dogs and the cats and shit? I seen how they did that goddamn Rottweiler. Rottweiler looked at him like,
it's in Germany. That was in Germany.
He's like, I can kill you, bitch, but thank you. Oh, it feels so good, but goddamn, what the fuck you do? And you seen all that? His eyes get that quick.
Yeah, his eyes get all big and shit. He's like, yo, what the fuck?
And the chiropractor's kissing. He's a German. He's in Germany, by the way. That's a German one.
I mean, look, I have a masseuse who does like deep tissue. I can't remember what it's called. I have to look it up on my health records. But he does like deep tissue stuff. And he's like a judoka master.
Judoka.
Yeah, I mean, he puts his elbow like into my quadriceps to the point where I'm about to scream. So I understand what it is to have.
He stretches you like a wrestler, like the old wrestlers do.
Yeah,
just stretch it.
I mean, I wound up walking out of there and like not even be able to really walk straight. But the neck has a lot of arteries.
Is he related to Stu Hart by any chance?
No, but he is Russian. There's a lot of
Oh,
Russian dudes.
okay, Ilya. Yeah, by the way, they call you Ilya, by the way, because that's like Julian.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
man, there's a bunch of like just Eastern Europeans and Russians around here.
yeah, Ilya. They'll probably call you Ilya or something. Wait, Ilya is like means Elias. Sorry, but
They look like they ate potatoes since they were born. Like just just nothing but potatoes.
no, they drank potatoes because that vodka is made from potatoes.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, Ilya, get down. All right, wait, I got you right there. Someone's right there.
But they
Almost got
do
that
work.
nut out there.
But I always say
Yeah.
like, look, get everything around the neck, not the neck itself, because there's just a lot
Saunas, they're big with saunas too. Those guys, those Eastern European dudes.
That's true. Yeah.
Hey, up here, the Finns, they love the saunas. Saunas are part of their culture and everything.
Yeah, and you go in the ones where they have the reeds and the God,
They
what
put
do
the
you call
reeds.
it? Yeah, they hit you with the leaves.
Yes, this is the German one. He's based in Germany. You're gonna hear him talking German.
It's
That's
like
cool. Like with
rosemary
this.
and sage.
Wait. Jules, watch. He's like,
not a dog.
What? That's that Rottweiler. Watch the Rottweiler after you probably.
Look at you.
Look at dog. Huh? What you do? That's good. That's good, yeah.
Good, though.
He's like, what the? Danke schön, mein Doktor, danke schön. I see. I've checked that channel out. He's like he's like adjusted a few dogs. He's even adjusted a couple of cats. What's that little teacup dog he adjusted? Just helped it. It's like, oh, he just vanished. He's getting too. He's tired, WrestleMania is. No, BGS disappeared. Just left.
I mean, he said he was getting ready to go to bed by the time I was getting ready to live, so he wasn't gonna stay on forever.
Yeah. What's the different one? Where's this guy based in?
I have no idea. I just saw
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, there's another one. He's a chiropractor based in Houston, based in New York.
Because I'll say, like, I spent.
And he adjusts horses as well as other animals.
He didn't know what was going on.
After the age of 35, I've probably spent at least 30 minutes a day getting like a good stretch on. Like I do like a lot of different routines and stuff just to get my body limber enough. Because I've seen people once they hit like 30. I think y'all got it right. I've seen a lot of people post 35. They'll go on the basketball court and they'll ruin their life. They'll just pull like a huge groin or whatever, and they'll just be
getting old, man.
Yeah. There's a lot of guys.
You know what? That whole song 30 is the new 20 fucked everybody up. You're not 20 anymore.
You could be in
the fucking new this is the fucking new that. Fuck that shit.
Dude, that
know
20s, the 20 that new to the 20s to 30s thing, that's only for like women. I always realize when you like as dudes when you get in your 30s you kind of do that. And I know that, but we accept it more. That phrase, 20s to new 30s, that usually be for the women. I never really hear dudes say that. It's like,
I never understood that.
And especially with it. No, I never get nobody around me say that stuff because when we all get like a gray hair, we always
he said 30's the new 20.
Was that for bitches or for that dudes?
Nah, I mean,
that was just the time saying that you're not old.
I know a lot of guys who can maintain
that because a lot of people are like, "Oh, I'm not old. I'm 30."
Shoot,
like, old.
That's what I say to him. I always say that to my what's it called? My stepfather used to get mad at me. I was like, "Nigga, you old." He was like, "What do you mean? I'm not old." I'm like, "Dude, you're 39 or so." And he was like, "Dude, once you get 30, you're old. Once you're 30, you're old." Yeah. And that's what it's like. I'm about to be hitting 30 in like 2 years and stuff. So I'm like, dude, I'm getting old. And he's like, don't say that. I'm like, yes, the fuck, I'm getting old. Like, I'm the old nigga on the block. Like,
I remember there was a chick on Kevin's show who said that he could run like a 4.240 at like 56 years old or whatever, 55 years old. I was like, nah, that's
your
not
ass
happening.
down.
Bro, your physical peak is different.
What, you Edwin Moses? Get out of here. What's up, Jay Moore? How you been?
I've been doing good. How about you?
I'm let me put it this way. I'm about 5 months away from turning 41 after Charles. So, but then again, since my 20s, I've been like Bernie Mac, just sick of this shit.
No, after when I hit like 25, that's when I was like,
you could be in good shape in your 40s. You're just not going to be in like that 25-year-old shape.
No, you ain't got time for that. You got to fight like
You gotta stretch every day nonstop
Yes.
and like
Exactly.
keep yourself working out.
You gotta
No, look at it this way. Look at it this way.
All of a sudden, you're worried
Remember?
about calf
No.
muscles.
Let me use boxing for
warm 'em
example.
up, you know.
Yeah. Let me use boxing for Jay. You might remember. I don't know if you remember this. But Jay, how old are you right now?
I'm 28.
Okay, you don't remember not Michael Moore, but George Foreman back in '94.
Like the grill? Oh, I mean, I remember the grill.
Okay,
But
George
yeah, I know he
Foreman
was a
in
boxer.
'74. Yeah, George Foreman '74, and George Foreman in '94.
Listen, I'll tell you something about George Foreman. You remember that time when he fought Evander Holyfield, right?
Real deal. Yeah, that was '93.
You remember why he never sat down? He didn't explain why he never sat down. He said, "If I sat down, I would never get back up." That's how he knew. It was like, yeah, if I would have sat down, I would have never got back up. That's why I just stood. It wasn't an intimidation technique. It was just strategy.
just like I remember watching this YouTube channel. They talk about boxing techniques and everything, the history of some of the fights and the intricacies of those bouts. Like he talked about how when he fought Michael Moore, because in that very time they talked about that fight with Foreman, with Holyfield, and afterwards when he fought Moore, he didn't hit him. He didn't give him a taste of the power in the beginning. He wanted to lull him into a false sense of security. So he waited it out, took him apart piece by piece, round by round. Then eventually, and the guy who was Michael Moore's cornerman was Teddy Atlas. Teddy Atlas, who used to train Mike Tyson under Customato. He was a long-time trainer and commentator. And just like George took him apart, but you're like what you said. I think he was standing up the whole time. He didn't sit down in the stool because those knees aren't what they used to be.
Dude, I got military knees, and this stuff already sucks at my age. I'm like, God, it's already popping. I didn't even realize.
Have you been in the service?
Yeah, the Marine. I was a machine gunner, so that shit kind of really fucked up my body. I didn't notice until
what rank?
Later on. I was a corporal by the end of it.
Yeah, okay. Short stint.
But what's it called? Kind of like black guys in there. You kind of give 100% more while you're in there. If you're what's it called?
Yeah.
They basically sacrifice your body.
Yeah.
And I did that too much.
Now you paying for it.
Yeah,
now you paying for it.
Yeah, but that's why, luckily, I got out in time before I really destroyed it, because, one of my guys, he kind of pulled me over to the side because I got a herniated disc, and my leadership lied to get me onto the deployment when I wasn't supposed to be on it when I was injured. And luckily, one of my guys kind of pulled me over because he's like, "Dude, you always keep giving you 100, but you should really just give up. Walk away, let your body heal. Don't do anything stupid for this damn military. They ain't gonna give a fuck about you. You better think about getting out."
Yeah.
Jay, be thankful you don't need to wear a leg brace just to get around.
Yeah, I'm glad. I already what's it called? I go back to the gym and work on my knees and everything. Dude, you ever heard of that knee to toe guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just do a little bit of his workouts and stuff like that. But luckily, I was doing cart pushing at Walmart before, so my knees are always very strong when I've been pushing up the mountains. I mean, not the mountain, the little hill that we got there when I was working there before.
It's strength, mobility, and flexibility are the things that everybody needs to work on.
Yeah, I had to wear a knee brace once.
Woo! You got to up the other ones outside. Strength always matters, but that flexibility and mobility, that becomes way more important.
I got a body of an angelic angel. I don't know how to explain it, but I'm so flexible that doctors and other people, even women, get scared because they're like, I didn't know you could bend this way. Because when I went to a chiropractor and everything, they had to bend me even further, twist me around even further than normal people, because I'm so I always been naturally flexible. I used to be able to put my legs over my shoulders.
Oh, you good.
And that was just natural. That was just me out the womb.
It's naturally double jointed.
Man, I'm surprised you never. Did you ever take up jujitsu?
Hey,
I was always good at fighting though.
Art, are you hearing something on my end? Art, or anyone else? Are you hearing something from my end, like a tick 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 sound?
I am.
maybe maybe from Jamor, maybe
Let me.
he might have to switch his setup a little bit. Maybe his microphone.
Okay.
If it's
Did
for
it
me,
stop?
I might say what? Go ahead, say something.
Did it stop when I put my mic on mute?
I
don't hear it.
It's not going now, so go ahead.
I don't hear it now. Okay. Sorry. Please continue.
Sometimes that happens. Like it happens to me sometimes because I have to go back out and come back in for some odd reason. It's probably just StreamYard fucking up.
Yeah.
But we'll probably go in like another 30 more minutes, guys, because it's like 3:13 in the morning.
Sounds good.
Can we wait another 3 seconds? Can we hit 3? Wait, I was hoping that when it becomes 3:16, can we get a hell yeah?
Hell yeah.
No, speaking of that, Rey Mysterio is in the Hall of Fame. If any of y'all got,
I saw the Hall of Fame last night. Hey, did you guys check out the first night of WrestleMania as well? Because he just whooped Dominic's ass in their match.
Yo, I haven't watched wrestling in a long ass time. Like I stopped watching when I was like, what's it called? When I found out it was all fake. I
mean, I knew it was fake. I still watched it though.
I still watch it. I mean, I still play some of the games and shit. I still have like.
No, after when Eddie Guerrero died, that's when kind of like my whole WWE thing kind of disappeared because Eddie
back
Guerrero
in 05, yeah,
that was my dude. Like every time, like I had every game I got like Eddie Guerrero, come out with his damn low rider with the hydraulic shit. I was like, yes,
Latino heat.
Yes,
I lie, I cheat, I steal. You know the last game he's.
Yes, that was my shit. I was happy as hell. Him, Rey Mysterio, and Eddie Guerrero, my two favorite guys. Eddie Guerrero, he just come out just looking like a pimp, like a Latin pimp. I was like, yo, I love him.
El Paso, Texas.
The most sexiest way possible. I was like, yes, I love you.
I mean, because Dominic, he does a little bit of Ray. He sports a mullet like Ray. No, sorry, like Eddie. Sorry, he does it. Eddie, he does the shimmy like Eddie. He sometimes does the Three Amigos.
Dude, may Eddie Guerrero rest in peace. That was my favorite.
Yeah.
He was always be my favorite.
You know what? I don't remember if you might remember the guys. There was that one tag team called the Vaudevillains. One guy, Aiden English.
I can't remember.
On Impact Wrestling, he's a commentator by a different name. He is actually Eddie's son-in-law. He married Eddie's daughter, Shaw.
Oh, yay. Continuing on with the family legacy.
Yeah, and he's an Impact as a commentator, but when he was wrestling, he would do the frog splash in honor of Eddie, out of respect. Vicky Guerrero's still around, but she's like in if you saw the Hall of Fame, Conan inducted Ray.
I gotta look this up.
Yeah, Conan inducted Ray, and he did take a shot at Dominic during his induction speech. But my thing was I was wondering why Chavo, Mondo, and the other and Vicky and the Guerreros weren't there, and I was thinking, oh wait, they're still under contract with the AEW. I think that's why they couldn't be there, or maybe they were there but they didn't show them. Just like Dean Malenko, he was in the crowd, but they didn't put the camera on him because technically he's still under contract with AEW. I think as an agent.
Wow, so it's basically like a 360 deal they basically got with wrestling or something.
Yeah, it's a lot of complications with that shit. I mean, AEW is some screwy because the owner there, the boss there, Tony Khan. By the way, it's pronounced Khan.
Khan. Okay.
I got a brother from another mother, South Asian. Because Shahid Khan, the owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars, he's a Pakistani American. So it's Khan, and a lot of them say Khan. Even Genghis Khan's real name was called Chinggis Khan. Genghis Khan means great ruler.
Man, Genghis Khan got a lot of his seed everywhere around this world, man. That is low-key as a kid when I saw.
You know how they found out?
What? How?
It's estimated like some 16 million men worldwide. The vast majority are in Central Asia. It's in the Y chromosome. There's a certain genetic anomaly they can trace back through that any man can can trace back through his paternal line all the way to Genghis Khan, or Temujin as his birth name was. They never found his body, but they did find the bodies of some of his descendants, his male descendants, through his sons, like his grandsons or his sons and everything. And they were able to pinpoint that genetic anomaly in all of them, all the way from Genghis Khan himself.
Because he fucked everything.
Dude,
He was.
you know, when I was a little kid,
He was fucking, and then he was fucked everything, and then his sons were going and fuck even a lot more people and everything. And they said that like you have like a 2%, the like 2% of men in Asia are directly descended from him, and then they say in Europe it's like 0.5%.
That sounds about right. Because he got almost as far. He got as far as the Danube River, but I think
Hungary, yeah,
what turned him back.
Hungary and Bulgaria. It was no. What pulled them back was word got to them that they were having another conference because Temujin had passed away.
That's
so they were called.
And then they split it.
He passed away, and they were called to come back because they had to elect a new Khan after him.
Because they were gonna. I mean, like Europe is not technically a continent. It's like I think
it's an extension.
I think
Europe is an extension of Europe because it's Eurasia is the supercontinent.
I mean, yeah, Asia is the continent, but like Europe is a
extension
large peninsula, much like India is a large peninsula from the belly.
A subcontinent,
yeah, it's a subcontinent at best. But but I remember Temujin or
Genghis Khan.
Genghis Khan. Yeah, he made it as far as he could, and if he had gotten another 5 years, would have wiped out pretty much every culture there, or agglomerated them into what would have been the Asian horde. Yeah.
Oh, man, you know one thing. What's it called? One thing I'll say, like Genghis Khan or whatever his family got right, because I was looking at since I was a kid. When I learned about that and I saw that picture of all the kids around the world was holding hands, I looked at all the girls from around the world and I was like, I want to impregnate all of them too. I want my genes to live on for centuries throughout the world. If I could impregnate every girl from every single
this ambitious nigga, ambitious nigga here.
Every guy wants to be like Beowulf, you want to fuck Randall's mother.
Bro, if there was like
get them all.
If there was a mermaid, I'd be fucking her too. Like I have kids all over the sea and everything. I would not give a fuck. I would make sure my seed would be everywhere.
Jay Moore, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Do you remember the original Kings of Comedy?
Oh yeah, what's it called? Bernie Mac. What's it called?
D.L. Hewley, Bernie Mac, Cedric the Entertainer, Steve Harvey as the MC and host.
Yep.
Well, here's the thing.
I got the tape still.
Do you remember in the outtakes of it? There was one they showed some of the outtakes. Like one was of D.L. Hewley.
Oh,
we had the joke about Gilligan's Island.
Oh, when he said he fucked all the trees or some shit like that.
He's like, come here for a second, Ginger. It's like, girl, ain't no police on this island. I was asking you nicely. I would have fucked around and had an island full of kids.
Yeah.
Would have been Section 8 island after that.
Yeah. I was thinking, like, if I ever got stuck on the island with a chick by myself, I'm like, you know what? We're probably just going to have kids. It'll be another. This one, I will come into the whole, Adam and Eve thing. I was like, wouldn't our kids would be a bunch of incest babies? And then plus, wouldn't that be a bunch of inbreds running around loose and just being retards all over the place? I'm like, well, never mind. I'll still fuck her. But I'm like, we got to kill these kids off at the end because there's no point having them. God damn, I know that went dark.
Nah. You came face to face with the reality of the situation. That's all it was. Can't blame you for it, Jay. It is what it is.
Oh, I got something to ask. How do I fix? I had this issue that ran into work, right? This thing, I just started like on my security job, and I'm going on one of my rounds, and one of the ladies there, She
Uh-huh.
just noticed that I just started. She came up to me and started asking, me questions. Like, oh, who are you? Blah blah blah. Remember, she asked me. She started talking to me first. Basically, the whole conversation ended up going like she started bringing politics into it, and she started saying something about Republicans, and we got to worry about these, Nazis and all this stuff over there. I'm like, lady, first of all, I don't give a shit. Two, it's if you want me to worry about Nazis, I don't have to really worry about the Nazis over here. You guys are funding all the Nazis over in Ukraine. Why aren't you guys feeding my Nazis over here, my KKK people over here? Like, you guys are like, you're not even bringing money back over here. And basically, I told her, like, I know my history, and she kept on trying to fight, like trying to have an intellect, what's it called, a white speak version of their history and shit.
Whitewash.
You gotta.
Yeah.
Have you? Hey.
You don't argue with
know,
idiots. You don't argue with idiots, man.
I wasn't trying to argue, but she kept on forcing this shit to the point, like, she by the end of it, like, she ended up started saying, like, I ended up schooling her, like, oh, she's a cop too, she's a sheriff. So she started, I was like, wait a minute, okay, you want to keep saying like shit ain't rigged and stuff like that, act like everything is all good. Okay, how the fuck does 6% of the population, which is black men, are like 45% in the jail? And when it comes to exoneration, why is the people that's getting exonerated is like 56% black men? Ain't that racist? Up. By the end of it, she's saying like, "Oh, you speak so well. You speak so well." And
that's
I'm
a
like,
deflection.
oh,
She tried to shame you about suddenly saying, "Oh, you're so articulate." I used to hate it.
Yeah, you feel like one of those.
Because I know how to
I know
speak.
a bunch of.
I know how to
hold on for a second. Hey, Jay Moore, could you drop off and come back in, because you're borging out again? So maybe that will fix that borging. Just drop off and come back in. I dropped the StreamYard link for you.
Got you, sir.
All right. What's up, Ed?
No, not much. I was on another channel, strolling through these YouTube streets. You know how it is. Nigga, like, shout out to the dude, but one thing that somebody said that kind of annoyed the fuck out of me. So we talk about the Pearl situation. It ain't really nobody I don't think y'all know like that, but it is what it is. There's like 80 folks watching, and he said something in the end. And it's gonna be out of context, so I'm gonna have to probably get the replay of it. But we were having a cordial conversation. Information Man came through and he left. So he said something about how one of the callers from Jason Black's platform, one of the people calling in Jason Black's platform, it was a dude from the UK. And he said, and he was saying he was trying to tell on Pearl the way he made it come off. But he said that, one of the reasons why Pearl came to UK, I guess, other than basketball, was that, Africans have a different view, I guess, and it will allow her to grow her channel and stuff like that, right? So my argument that I've been making on this show the whole time is my issue with this situation has nothing to do with what Pearl said and how y'all are addressing that. It's this idea that y'all keep on wanting to rope that around the whole space. Y'all keep, and Anton was one of the main ones. Anton's made it clear he's not in this space. And Obsidian, fine, he's in the space, but Obsidian does his own thing. And what the dude did to not, go on a long soliloquy, what he did, not the dude that was hosting it, but the dude that was there, is he pretty much said, it was a couple women on there, it was a cordial conversation. If that's true, then burn the whole space down. And I didn't get a chance to like really make my point, because my argument was, you just said, you the one that brought up this caller that nobody brought up. You brought up this call because he said, if you haven't seen the video where Jason Black talks about the lead attorney, because they played the video of Pearl on Instagram talking shit, saying she gonna do something, she gonna respond back, then you need to see it. And it's at one point you need to see it. And this is we brought up this London caller. And I'm like, okay, cool. Y'all keep saying Africans, but the black manosphere doesn't have Africans in it. Like, we got shout out to dudes from Nigeria, shout out to Jim Rat and them, but you get what I'm saying. There are no African content creators like that, not like that. So this argument that you're making, y'all keep wanting to say this, but y'all keep wanting to make it like us. Because the argument I even told H-Ranch Man, I said, look, if y'all want to talk about how people conducted themselves, like Angry Man and not O'Shea, but Obsidian, responding to what she said, saying it's not a big deal, or y'all want to say it's caping, whatever, fine. Y'all could do that. We can agree to disagree on that. But this argument that she was built by the space, that is a lie. And y'all keep wanting to make that true. And you can tell, even like I can tell, and Information Man kind of came off of that a little bit, but it's like I can tell y'all want to make that true, because the truth is she didn't start to blow up until she really went to the UK. If you look at Pearl 1.0, which is the whitest girl reacts, her making videos with Kevin, that guy, the argument is she just made money off black people. That's not true. She had a white audience too. And the argument is the white manosphere didn't let her blow up. That's not true. Exactly. That's not true. She got up to like 100, 120 off of her white audience because she was talking to white people. Black people are not going to look at a white girl talking to white people about Kevin. That was something that was interesting to white people. And we know Kevin had a sizable white audience, and that didn't just come from nowhere. Who put that in the algorithm? I'm not saying that's all Pearl, but there were other people talking about her other than black folks. I know we get real insular. So my point is that she got up to like 70 or like 100, 150 on her own. She's only had this many subscribers for like 6 months. Like 6 months. When you look at, like, if you look at a fee situation, go ahead.
Look, anyone who says that Pearl was propped up by the black manosphere is a fucking dumbass.
No, they're not dumb. They're a liar.
If they are new, they are a dumbass.
Yeah, that's true.
And if they are some of the old heads that are making these videos about Pearl is the leader of the black manosphere, you're fucking lying to your subscribers. All you're really doing is putting red meat in front of people so that way they can chew on it.
Yeah, and you're using the manosphere as his name, and so this dude was more the dumb. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, and that is the issue that I'm having, because you got a lot of these guys that's putting this red meat in front of these people. Some of these people are new and saying that, oh, she was propped up by the black manosphere, and these people have no understanding about what the manosphere is. They don't know there's a white side of the manosphere. They don't know that there actually are some actual hardcore racists on that side of the manosphere.
Now, this dude wasn't new.
So what she did with that dude, that don't surprise me. I've heard that shit for the longest time. Like I said, I've been listening. I still listen to Stardust, MGTOW 101. These are all white guys. Turd flinging monkey, white guy. All these. I mean, come on. Listen. At the end of the day, when these guys are putting this out here, it lets me know that all they're doing right now is putting Pearl in their the name of their videos so that way they can get views. That's it.
Yeah, and then like. And here's the thing, because this dude is one of them dudes, he been around for a minute, like as far as the dudes that said it, so he know about Jason Black being up under Tommy and stuff like that. So he been around. So it wasn't with him a situation of he didn't know. I guess he was trolling me, talking about, yeah, man, well, it needs to burn down then if somebody like Pearl. But I'm like, you said, and when I say right after, I mean we're in the same conversation like within a 2-3 minutes period. This isn't like, okay, this was like something they said after the fact. I'm like, I got you. I'm like, you're the one that brought up this call, and you said this dude was African from London, and he explained he wasn't even defending Pearl. He was basically throwing her under. Cool. So why do you, knowing this and seeing this call, keep trying to insinuate? Because he kept trying to do it. He kept trying to hang Obsidian around. I said, everybody don't even fuck with Obsidian like that. Y'all trying to make it like, just like how if I hang Brother Polite around Jason Black, that's kind of the same thing that y'all are doing. Y'all are sitting here trying to make everything is one thing because you all want this narrative. And here's the truth. Nigga, you not getting rid. This is what I didn't get to tell him. Nigga, y'all niggas don't just holler. We don't exist because you let us exist. If you niggas think you gonna do something, why don't you do it then? Y'all waiting. See, y'all the ones that are up under one nigga and waiting for a nigga to tell you to move. Because if y'all really feel that way, why don't y'all do something for real? Because this idea, you know, and if he's listening to Jason Black long enough, he know Jason Black has pretty much said red pill shit too. And so we were talking about Tommy and all of that, and it's like you keep on wanting to take this chick and then make everything you don't like going on YouTube as a way to regulate it. Y'all care about that more than y'all care about racism. Because the channel that I was on, y'all care because really they were talking about Anton and a video that like Anton had with Six, and with Six is really coming down on him. Don't fuck with him, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, look, that's on Anton, because at the end of the day, Anton knew he had a black audience, blah, blah, blah. And you want to sit here and you want to talk about business with Pearl, knowing how black people feel. Either you're dumb or you just don't care. And there's going to be fallout with that. And that's up to you on what that is. Like, you know how these people are with this stuff. and they have a right to not fuck with you off that. But it's this argument that everybody wants to now Anton's in the space, not TLA's in the space. So really what it is, yeah, and all these guys have said this. So really what
They
it
have
is,
never
really,
been a part of this space, and they always said they weren't a part of this
and
space.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna land it.
And a lot of these
Yeah.
guys denounce this space. Dennis
Exactly.
And don't forget,
TLA said he's not smart. MTR has said he's not part of the manosphere.
Yeah, so the
Don't forget
argument
Anton
really
was
is.
like, oh, sorry.
No, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna land it. The argument is that anybody. This is where the megalomania comes in. It's basically if every black person ain't watching me, you know, in this shit, ain't watching me and listening to what I'm listening to, it ain't legitimate. But like that's really how what Jason Black really is on, and he thinks that everybody that's black has a majority black audience, and that he can extract every viewer from that. That's literally what he's trying to do. And you got dudes that even though whether they fuck with him or not fuck with them, they think the pro-black move is to, because we were talking about code, and I'm like, dude, there's a lot of dudes in my space that don't think no women should be talking. Like that's the code. So when you talk about code, what code are you really talking about? And people want to talk about hypocrisy. I'm like, hypocrisy according to who? Like, Obsidian is not being hypocritical. You just disagree. That's a difference. There's a difference between that and like dudes that went to her show when Ramil and them talked about that Me Too situation, they went on their show and now they want to pretend they don't know nothing about this chick's background. See, that's hypocritical. But see, people, the thing that I don't like is this: I want my emotions, I want to do what I do, and if I'm almost on something, do something then. Stop talking about what you gonna do if this, because truth be told, you're not going to do nothing to that white chick. That's why everybody upset about her striking stuff down, whether people agree with it or not. At the end of the day, she's not black. She don't play by your rules. They play by rules of power. They just like how Fresh and Fit did that. They don't give a fuck about keeping it real and being a real nigga. They like at some point, if you fucking with me, I'm gonna fuck with you back and see how much you really feel with it. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but niggas are acting like they don't understand. Everything ain't this black culture you think it is. Everybody doesn't play by those rules, and so it's the emotionality that gets on my nerves. I'm done. I appreciate y'all. Let me get that off because that nigga, like, yeah, burn it down. He think he was being funny.
You had to get a lot off your chest, huh, Edward?
Well,
yeah.
Well, see, that's the
because
problem.
I was about to do a live on my own and really go in, but
no, you can
appreciate
go.
it.
You can go live because I won't gonna stay a lot up for a minute because I just got off work and I am getting tired. But my thing is like, what? My whole point of even making that video today is like, listen, she's not part of this space. Everybody's keep on saying it because all they're trying to do is get you guys hype. And you guys that are the viewers need to stop giving these guys hype that are doing this shit because these are the people that are doing it say they're not part of the fucking black manosphere. If they're not a part of the black manosphere and they're trying to tear this space down, why are you guys helping them? That's my thing. Stop helping them try to tear this space down.
Not to mention the internal people doing that, because we got internal people literally doing that, and it's like you can't be half in and half out. Like, not on this shit. This is bullshit. There's a difference between being neutral and then you sitting there doing nah. And see, that's the problem. You got too many people that they got their little issues and gripes. And they really want something. Let me tear it down so I can remake it. Like the dude that I fuck with can pick up the pieces. Nigga, the reality is niggas that listen to us don't fuck with you like that. Like, people are not gonna all of a sudden start fucking with people that they don't fuck with because other people are not around. I don't understand that anyway.
I'll say this and I'll let you get in, Jules. They are not going to destroy this space, for one, because what they're saying it is just all they're really doing, truthfully, is helping Pearl by having her name in
facts.
Because all that's going to do is push the algorithm to her. It's not going to push it to them. It's going to push it to her.
And I don't unsubscribe from people because she was all over my shit.
Because she's the bigger content. Hold on for a second. Jules and then more if I get finished. She is the bigger content creator. So the algorithm is going to favor her more than it's going to favor you. And all you had to do was say your little piece and stop. When you start making like 3, 4, 5, 6 damn videos within like two damn days, you're not helping yourself, man. So just stop this shit. Say your little piece and be done with it. I said my little piece. I'm done with fucking Pearl. I don't listen to her. I hardly even look at her damn shorts. I don't know shit about this fucking chick other than the shit that I may listen to. Other than that, she's not saying anything special. She's not fucking special. She is fucking plain as fucking white fucking bread when it comes to this damn space. And if people are gonna sit here and fucking want to tell me like, oh, she said something racist. Oh, she told people that you only get 70-30. When someone, I think O'Shea put out that video talking about like Sarah what's the Sarah Gravy, whatever his fucking name is.
Yeah,
talking about like he only gets like 20% of what he had on her show. Nigga, if you accepted this shit, then that's what you get. If you didn't accept it,
or fees.
Yeah, you can respectfully refuse.
You can refuse. That's her show. That's what she set up. If that's what you ask, if that's what she asking for, do your own shit. She didn't tell you that's all you want to get, and you want to work for me and this, that, and the third. You could have said no. This is what I'm saying. To me, like, oh, she's a slave owner. No, the fuck she's not. She's a fucking businesswoman. She wants as much money as she possibly can. And that's all I ask you. Take as little as you can versus as much as I can. She gave you 30. She gave you 30%. She actually gave Auntie Jenny probably what, maybe 15, maybe 10. Auntie Jenny accepted that shit. Capitalism. Learn to love it, motherfucker.
And another thing a lot of people ain't saying, and my bad, Jules, is even I'm not defending that, but what I will say is another perspective is somebody like Auntie Jenny, she probably sees that as a bonus on top of what she's getting paid on a salary. You know, what she's getting. So is she really looking to grow a YouTube channel and be an industrious like that? You know, that's a different kind of wavelength. But the main purpose too is not everybody, but even in that situation, you're using the pro-black outrage to serve you. And that's what a lot of these dudes are doing. And it's kind of like y'all, like even the way that dude said that. I'm gonna get that clip from my nigga. That's your hypocrisy. You keep on saying
Dion, shut the fuck up about Pearlie as the king, manosphere the king. No, she's not. Shut the fuck up with that shit.
Well, here's the thing, Dion. Let me tell you, because you said that on
real
my
quick, because I gotta get Jay Moore.
Yeah, you're right. But Dion got blocked on my shit because he wanted to be kind of in. He didn't really want to be direct. He wanted to talk to me about I need to leave my house and I need to go see shit and stuff like that. So he got blocked from playing. My thing, dude, is why the fuck are you over here? Why are you over on my shit and why are you over here? If you really believe that, then nigga, how fucking stupid are you? If Pearl, I'm saying this, I'm done. 10 seconds. If Pearl is the manosphere king, then you a fucking peasant. Because you below us, because you listen to us. Because you choose to listen to us. So how goofy does that make you? What did Obi-Wan say? Who's worse, the fool or the fool that follows him? You're the fool that follows us, which in your mind thinks Pearl is the king. So you don't understand how fucking stupid that makes you look. Because if I see something and some goofy shit, I'm not giving it my watch time. You're dumb.
Go ahead, Jay Moore, and then Jules.
It was Jules first.
Go ahead, Jules, and Jay Moore.
I think there's a lot of things that have happened in the past week, or it feels like forever. But largely, Pearl made a play. She got what she wanted. I mean, she made a cooperative like the Mondragons in Spain, and it's worked. And like, I don't know what their split is, but if you got like a good cost benefit, profit revenue benefit split, it'll work. I think the largest thing is that most of the men in the manosphere need to realize that like Pearl is just an armchair of speaking towards men's things. She's not like a serious thought leader. Not that she's not bright. I mean, she's working towards a master's, I think. But most guys like myself, I only watch her show because I have a lot of work from home stuff. And so she's easy content to just.
All right, sir. You need to report to my office for your nigga certification to be removed.
Hold on,
Ed, I'm in your discourse. I already get like run up the pole from all the bullshit, but like I already know, like, she's not changing my mind about a lot of things. She's really reiterating and kind of layman speak about a lot of things that most people already think. But the biggest thing is that like most people just need to realize that she's not a thought leader. but she is clever in figuring out a business practice for this. People who work with her, same thing. It works for them or it doesn't. Jenny might have a retirement pension, and this is an addition. I don't know. I don't know their arrangement. But I think most people need to figure out, what are you going to do? I'm not worried about Pearl in that area of the men's content, manosphere, whatever you want to call it. But I know there's about 1,000 people a month that are getting certified in different things in IT or in more blue collar trades to get their money up, and they're doing good. And then I know there's going to be a multiplier effect from that. My back of the envelope math has it about 50,000 black men, and if you want to broaden that out, if you got it to about 300,000 men in general, then you really start making the American, say, dating mating market weaker. Then you have a lot of problems where people start running, where are the men? Like, really start wondering. And I did get an email from my senator, my U.S. senator, talking about the passport delays. I don't know if these are one and one, but I know that people are trying to get the fuck out of this country to do something, not just because of the past 3 years, but also because they're looking at the next 10 or 20.
Yeah, Tariq was talking shit about the Passport Bros.
Jay Moore, go ahead, and I'm gonna say something.
One thing it was about the just Pearly things. Pearly been more on my damn YouTube more because of the those black guys. I don't even know who the hell, like O'Shea and all them other niggas, more than I ever really been seeing any of just Pearly actual shows. So I'm just like, yo, they really are the ones pushing pushing her face more and more throughout the algorithm than her. And I'm like, yo, you guys, you're complaining, but you're helping. But then I see you guys are just making money games. And you're just saying bullshit, and it's just aggravating to look at it. So I had to unsubscribe from O'Shea's and other people's and block a lot of their stuff because they just kept flooding my damn page. And it needs to stop. So
23 videos and counting from O'Shea.
Dude, it's annoying. I really hate it. It's just like, yo, shut the fuck up at a certain point. Like, I don't get. And then plus, what you were talking about, Ed, like he said something about he apologized to say he was not gonna make any more videos to what's his name, King Rich, and then he just kept on making more. I'm like, dude, just shut the fuck up, because this whole fake. He's basically a Dr. Umar of YouTube.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say this, man. What this shows to me is that a lot of you guys fall for anything. You are, I would just say, y'all act like y'all proving the Democrats right. Just give them trinkets, and they'll love you forever. I saw this what it was. You had a lot of content creators that don't like where they're at right now because they feel that they should be the next one up. You allow Jason Black, O'Shea, and the rest of these content creators to throw red meat in front of your faces, and you guys jumped at the chance to gnaw at the fucking bone instead of actually doing your own fucking research about what the manosphere is. Not just the black manosphere, because there's sectors within the manosphere. Because this shit's been going on for over 10 fucking years. I was a fucking MGTOW before I came to the black manosphere. Okay? You guys just now coming in are fucking new to this shit. You don't know nothing about this space. A lot of you don't know what true forced loneliness is from back in the day. A lot of you guys don't know what the terms were back in the fucking day. A lot of you guys are just coming in now. Because obviously the black manosphere has been pushing a lot of fucking weight. So you guys need to chill the fuck out with all this shit. I'm talking to the viewers. Chill the fuck out with this shit. Understand that some people that you see that are black don't rock with the black manosphere. Like Coach Greg Adams, he's not black manosphere. Donovan Sharp, he's not Black Manosphere. Okay?
They
And that's
playing
exactly
blackface and
and
black skin.
hold the fuck on.
Sorry, sir.
And that's exactly where Pearl got her. She was on Donovan Sharp's channel a lot of the time. Donovan Sharp even had pictures of her hugging on her, showing her off. Donovan Sharp is on the white side.
And okay? Even Obsidian
so the simple fact that she has not came to any Black Manosphere, the only Black Manosphere that you could say that she's came on that has claimed the Black Manosphere is Obsidian.
And that's after the fact.
And that is after the fact. That is after the fact of what was going on. Because Obsidian did that to piss off Omawale, because Omawale silenced him on the show and kicked them off. That's why Obsidian did that shit, to piss Omawale off. So these content creators like Dennis Sperling, Obi Allen, We Need to Talk, and all these other motherfuckers are talking about like, oh, the Black Manosphere is this, that, and the third. Guess the fuck what? You need to shut your fucking mouth, because you're fucking new to this fucking game. You're new to this fucking space, and you need to understand what this space was and is about. The Black Manosphere is about Black men. It is about Black men and their issues. Pearl does not represent that. She never did. She never will. And just because she might have said something racist or whatever bullshit on her channel, guess what? There's a couple of fucking MGTOW motherfuckers right now in the red pill sector that will say some racist ass shit too. Trust me, yeah. I know, and I don't listen to those motherfuckers. So what she had on that fucking show a week ago, whatever the fuck it was, that is one of the reasons why we have Ibmore, the Black Manosphere. Because we have our own issues with our own fucking women. And a lot of you guys need to catch the fuck up.
Yeah. Yeah. And here's the thing. And this is true when the first round of people really tried to come at us, they started to cannibalize each other. And that's one thing. A lot of the pro, and by the way, a lot of it's pro-Black. I got to do a video because this came off of Bernard talking about, can you be pro-Black and red pill? Duh, BGS. So, I mean, but the Black conservatives, they're on what they're on. But the thing about it is,
who's this guy setting the record straight, putting his StreamYard in my shit?
All right. Can you end the stream with like a loop of the white girl from Dopey and Menace?
I mean, so hold on. Setting the record straight is the channel I came from. So, dude, hold on. I don't know. Hey, I didn't go over there with him and do nothing. He just found it. So I'll say this to address him directly. What I'm talking about right now has nothing to do with anything you said. What I'm talking about right now was the fact was with what the other dude said, and I got my point across that I didn't get on your stuff, because when I was trying to talk to you when you was playing the video of R.P.L and Pearl, y'all kept on ignoring me. And I know the video worked because I unhid my face and I saw it move on YouTube. So I'm just getting this off. Now, if he want to come over here and explain himself, he can, but this really ain't got nothing to do with nothing you said.
He needs to keep his StreamYard link.
I don't know why he did that. That's on what he did.
I'm telling him now, keep your StreamYard link out of my fucking show. Start trying to poach shit over here to go to your shit, okay?
So
I wouldn't do that to fucking you. So you do that again, I'm blocking your ass.
Yeah, so I mean, you let that dude, you do say what he said, and then you kind of cut me off from being able to say nothing to respond to that, knowing he was bullshitting with me. And so I'm just getting that off here. That's it. Now I ain't got nothing. We ended when we talked is what we ended when we talked about. This ain't me talking about you or anything. I'm just saying what happened. And again, you have dudes that at the end of the day, they believe that we're in the way. And the reality is, if the Black Manosphere didn't exist, nigga, all these problems would still be here. Because the truth is, dudes, number one, this is what a lot of y'all don't understand. A lot of dudes that like to be extra pro-Black with it. We the value we give, at least for people that want to play the pro-black game, because a lot of us are more pro-black than a lot of y'all. Real talk. I ain't talking about you. I'm talking about like folks in general make this argument. Yo, we give voice to what's really going on. Y'all wouldn't know why, or y'all would be too scared to actually say what's going on. When I say scared, I'm talking about the fact that BGS will say, Umar will say the real shit behind the scenes, but in the front of the scenes, he don't say it. So nobody would really know. Y'all wouldn't even know who to blame. Y'all would just act like nobody knows why, because dudes are checking out on their own. Like Austin Hollerman didn't need to look at the black manosphere to check out. Dudes are checking out on their own. They're just a lot of black men aren't on YouTube. They're just doing their own thing, and they're kind of here but not. You know, and this is why black women in particular get so upset when they see a black man with a non-black woman, because that's the greatest example of them checking out. Or Passport Bros is an example of them checking out. And so we give voice to that. And so that's a value to you all, because y'all can take that to these women saying, this is what these niggas over here ain't doing, and talking shit. And I ain't say it, but they saying it, and they're clearly moving. Now what happens is people want to wrestle the mic, and rather than wrestling the mic from them females, and y'all leading these women, what folks tend to want to do is basically say we are the problem, because that's the easiest way to keep things the way they are. And dude, that's not going away, because the truth is these problems are out here. The time to kill the space has come and gone. And even the purple bill guys at the end of the day are perpetuating what we're talking about, because the women can't shut up. So, you know, I don't know why he did that. That's not in good, you know, YouTube decorum.
Show up, but
oh, well, I didn't go over there. I'm not going over there doing no back and forth stuff. I didn't even know you know, I just came over here. I didn't even comment on stuff. Like at the end of the day, I got this video on my link, on my community tab, because you know I did that as a courtesy of me going up there. And he had like Jada from like who used to be on Bernard's stuff, and so it was a conversation. But I just don't like the fact that he tried to do that troll shit. That other dude talk about well, if he came from the space, destroy it. I'm like, 3 times did you try to pin that us on Pearl? And here's the problem. I'm saying this, I'm done. Here's the biggest problem I have with this. Builders cannot be on this perpetual, I want to live in a fantasy world where stuff is not true and then actually build. I don't, because when you all, let's say you all say Pearl created space and the black manosphere is destroyed. Dude, that doesn't change Pearl at all. That doesn't change any other white person that wants to fuck with the space, because guess what? Tariq fucks with Adam 22. Y'all ain't saying nothing on that. Tariq is gonna be on Adam 22 stuff a lot. Y'all ain't saying nothing on that. So anyway.
Now I'll just say, and I'll be honest with you. You guys talking about like Pearl this, Pearl that. Pearl had a white supremacist on it. So you know how many times people have put controversial people on platforms just to get views?
Man, Jason Black literally sold you a $40 documentary called Race War, interviewing 2 white supremacists. Tariq has been known for talking to white supremacists. You know, like all of a sudden that's some new, and I get it. It's different because she's white. Fine, because that's another thing that people aren't addressing. Now I get it. Folks are upset that you legitimize. Hold on, because they're not. Here's the thing. Go ahead. They're not even articulating this. This is the crazy shit, though. They're not even articulating this. I'm understanding that y'all are mad because y'all low key you legitimize a white supremacist. Pearl did, and then you low key aided in that redemption story that they like to play the game to reset these dudes. First of all, the fact that he works with Kanye, y'all ain't had no smoke for Kanye West. I know it's because Lord knows he's a celebrity. Y'all could have made videos about this dude. I didn't know who Nick Fuentes was. So even the people in the celebrity shit, they haven't been pounding that on Kanye, saying this is what off code is, blah, 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 when that would have been a video that probably could have generated views. You know, when Kanye was getting beat up by the Holocaust stuff, nobody brought that up. And so it's interesting that folks like pick information when they want to pick it. But y'all are not even articulating that that's why you're mad. I've yet to see a video when anybody's articulated that that's what the real grievance is. What it is y'all mad. Y'all really mad because she's a white chick, and then y'all are mad for them because y'all want to say that she built her stuff off of a black audience, which is actually not correct. Yeah, that's actually not correct. Like, she may have hired some black people. She may have had some black people. That's like saying Anton built his platform off of black women. You can kind of get there, but that's not really true. Even though would he have black women listening to him if it wasn't other black chicks that look like them looking? You could probably make a better case for that. So your people, I can tell people are not really thinking. What they're doing is just blowing stuff up. Now on his channel was like a completely different dynamic because his argument was, and I don't even want to get into this because that's not the issue. We hashed that out, but his argument was that you got people, he likes people like B. Taylor and Six. Cool, that's his right to like them. And he says you got niggas, and he says niggas, he's mainly talking about on the Lapid because that's what they mainly are, but he's talking about other folks too that will come at black women just 100%. So if black women would have did what Pearl did, everybody would be making videos, which is not as true as you think it is.
Man, to be honest with you, man, if Pearl was black and that Nick Fuentes was black, no one would have a fucking issue.
Honestly, if she had played it in the right,
if she was black and that Nick guy was black also,
it would be like she Candace Owens shit.
Because hold on, because we've had people in this space that say that we need to separate from white people all the fucking time and all this shit about pro-blackisms shit, right?
Yeah.
It's the same thing with the white folks. They feel like they need to separate from us too, and this, that, and the third. If it's just a different color of skin. That's what it is, man. Because she's white, she said it. Now I gotta find outrage. But if we say it, then there's no fucking outrage.
White people are rarely even discussed. That's what the crazy thing is for me. White people are rarely discussed. Nigga, white people are discussed. The only time you really hear white people, you want to hear white people get talked about. Like in our space, the closest thing you get to that is who? Jason Black and Tariq Nasheed, mainly Jason Black and Professor Black Truth. Shout out to Tareen Rain as well. You got to go to the plural blacks to hear white people be talking. The only time, like really, the black conservatives, like fans had little big Nate, is when somebody gets shot and then they saying what they saying. So there's this big dust up. That's in politics is when white people get talked about. But really, the pro blacks are the closest folks you actually got to go to get white people talked about, because black men are usually talking about the cultural dynamics between black men and black women. As you know, that's what we're talking about. Again, Pearl got talked about because of, again, people want their narratives and they can have their narratives. Like I said before, you know, with the beach, like these are such people that have been on Anton, and that's the stuff I agree with. We have what we have about them. Truth be told, B. Taylor don't really get talked about over here like that. Six kind of does, and but it's really she's just over there, and outside of like somebody like SWP mentioning her, she really don't get mentioned. So this idea of, at least from our perspective, us being hypocritical is not there. Also, Obsidian is not hypocritical because Obsidian has always been on that. Obsidian came into the black manosphere, black conservative. Obsidian has composed itself that way. Obsidian talked to white people before.
If there's anybody in the black manosphere has switched up, it has been Obsidian. I'm sorry. What I'm saying, Obsidian. Hold on. If anybody in the black manosphere has switched up their position, it has been Obsidian. Obsidian has switched up 110%. When you come from sitting there saying on Al Roger Curry's stream that black women should be in their own blood to what he is now, that motherfucker is definitely in it for the
no, and he said that, and so yeah, Obsidian, you know me, Obsidian's got mad at me because I've called him out right to his face. So you get what you know, but my thing is he has switched up a lot of hats within the context of this space. You know, he was for MGTOW, now he's not. For SYZ, now he's not. But when it comes to like this white chick shit, like this position, this is in line with classic Obsidian. How Obsidian came in here will be absolutely in line. And people forget Obsidian only dates black women. People forget Obsidian tried to bring in, which is a switch up, by the way, when he tried to bring in Danica Marie, you know, all of a sudden he a coon, he this, he that. And again, a lot of people don't know who Obsidian is like that, so that is what it is. But I'm talking about like outsiders. But the thing is, wasn't he, a chick said over there, and this was a valid question. It was like, wasn't he the founder of the Black Manosphere? I was like, not really. Like, I know O'Shea says that, but O'Shea also says that he is the one that instrumented Kevin, which is not true either. It was BGS. And then O'Shea, it kind of helped Kevin in a way, you know, but BGS was the one that really is where Kevin started at. So he does say that. But we don't all agree with that. Everybody wasn't under Obsidian's camp. Some people on the Angry Man's camp. BGS is maybe 2 of these camps, or O'Shea's. But Obsidian has always been kind of the dude. And it's not us doing like how that's why Obsidian has the least subscriber count out of the like 4 folks. Because everybody's always been on and off with Obsidian. I'm not trying to throw them under the bus, but I'm saying it is what it is. So again,
I'm gonna say this real quick, and I'm gonna try and get LXST in. Okay.
Yeah.
Because of slavery comments, she interviewed Nick Prentice. Do you know how many dumb ass motherfucking white people there are that think that slavery was not that big a deal? I remember reading articles and forums of where people actually go to the houses where they house slaves and shit. And he actually these guys are actually comment on here as talking about how like people who visited there where the women and men were saying like, did they treat the slaves good?
Remember that HBO show? What's the HBO show with Regina King? You know what I'm talking about? Where it was based on a comic book, the DC, but it's the other, Dr. Manhattan. You know what I'm talking about. Remember when they did the Google search, the real quick thing. Remember they did the Google search on the Tulsa thing because white people thought that was made up? The Google told the Tulsa massacre was literally the #1 Google search term for almost 4 or 5 days because they did not believe that actually happened.
Yes. This is how I know that there's a lot of there are a lot of dumbass fucking white people out here that don't know what actually happened out there, and Pearl's one of them. And then you can tell
no excuse.
It's not. Hold on. Everybody wants to interrupt me when I'm talking, but I don't try to interrupt everybody else when they're talking.
Go ahead.
That is not an excuse for her. She's just a dumb ass fucking white person saying that shit. I've heard a lot of fucking dumbass fucking white people say the same ass shit.
Okay, and I agree with you.
And guess can I talk real quick?
Go ahead.
Listen, that doesn't give her a fucking excuse about the dumb shit that she says. It just shows that she's a dumbass motherfucking person who don't know not a damn thing about what's going on in this fucking world. She don't know a damn thing about fucking history. She shouldn't be talking about fucking history. She shouldn't be talking about the fucking race. She doesn't know fucking shit about it. That should have been the first clue that you shouldn't have been listening to her ass in the first fucking place. Because especially on my fucking channel, we went through the damn books and talked about the damn shit. And no, Namont, you ain't gotta teach nobody because I could teach your ass some shit. All right.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. My only thing I was gonna state in that with what you were saying is, can you blame her and can you blame me? Think about what I'm gonna say. And the same fact that they kept all of that out of our history book and tried not to teach us that. Do you really believe they were trying to teach some white kids that? They weren't. See, you're right. She don't know shit. See, you're right. She shouldn't be speaking of the shit. Because think about it. A lot of us had to go research this mid-90s to catch up. The extras did. Because, what we got the pre-shit, but the pre-shit wasn't enough. It was just barely glossed over. I had to do my studying. I'm studying every day. But yeah, they don't know shit. She don't know shit. But go ahead.
No. LXST, who are you?
Appreciate you.
What's up? Who are you?
It's pronounced lost. But good. How y'all doing tonight? But yeah, I just wanted to give a Gen Z perspective on things and also sorry about Hammer. We're not all like that. He's just really awkward. But yeah, for a lot of Gen Z is there's a lot of them checking out and everything like that. A lot of them, dating's not a thing really for us. It's just you text somebody, they like you, and then if they don't, it's getting weird, especially with the pandemic and everything. But
you got a lot of static in your connection, sir.
Oh, okay, it's probably my headphones. I probably need to drop off real quick.
Go ahead, drop off and come back on. But I'm just saying, like, this whole bullshit that's going on with Pearl, like, yo, why is this? Y'all really falling for the damn hat trick right now. It don't make fucking sense at fucking all. Y'all need to stop it with that shit. Cause that's really all it is. These people are just trying to make money. Now I get you want to support your content creators. Okay, cool. That's all good. But at the same time, don't fall for a fucking hat trick that they're trying to squeeze fucking the juice out of your fucking ass. That's my only thing. If you're gonna support somebody that's actually got your best interest at heart. These motherfuckers don't give a fuck about you. A lot of these content creators don't give a fuck about you. All they want to do is make some fucking money. Ask Melanie King. She don't give a fuck about her subscribers. She's just trying to fucking make some fucking money.
Oh yeah, they are a lot, especially these chicks. A lot of these chicks are hustling like a
They're
motherfucker,
hustling
and
your ass.
niggas don't. And here's the thing: people don't want to hear that. You know, they want to hear, oh, they pro black. Like even with Six, yo, like people were talking about her channel, and I was like, look, man, whether you like her or not, her channel is more of a black love channel. It's really on some. It's not really on some. I'm pro black. Oh, she's teaching over there. What is she teaching? Like,
Danica
are you
Marie is
serious?
hustling your ass because when she first started, all she used to do was show her fucking titties.
Yeah, well, that's a valid criticism, and my thing is, on the one hand, it's kind of like, okay, so she's got dudes that's watching her. If they hear it from her, I give a fuck if they hear it. I'm not gonna be jumping because I don't play this competing for views shit. Because I approach this like an activist. So it's kind of like what PGS said. How do we get there? Because that stuff can change later. You know what I'm saying? And the argument is just like with Rosa, Rosa Parks. They put her where they put her because she was light skinned, she was a woman. They needed to get there. How do you get there? And the problem is people want to. Here's my issue with this outrage. Okay, you want to be out. I'm not here to tell you how to feel, but you want to feel the way you feel. Cool, you're not going to affect it. And the argument that people really want to make that they're not saying, well, if we were just on code, this wouldn't have happened in the first place. That's not true, because when you say we, who are you talking about? She went over there to the UK, and that's when she really blew up. She's only had her subscriber count for like 6 months. I actually want to jump on FD2 before because I know you saying you about to go in a little bit, but she went like literally. I saw her channel blow up. She blew up a lot faster than Kevin. She blew up a lot faster than Fresh and Fit, because the market has already been established. And again, she's pulling from white folks in a probably stronger way than even they are, because how do you, and not to mention because she's white. And Information Man brought this point up too, and BGS has actually low-key said this too, but not in the same way, that the algorithm is pushing her. Not to mention shorts. You've already seen how fast Angry Man blew up. So a lot of people are like commenting on shit they don't understand, and they believe in shit because it's from somebody that they trust. And it's like, yo, like y'all can come to conclusions and blame the manosphere for everything. It ain't our fault, so you're not gonna fix the problem. Like with this shit that's coming, like the petrodollar and all of that pro black, all that black love shit. Women gonna start acting right because they need men again, and y'all gonna be in a situation where if shit changes, they gonna switch up on you. Like even with the because when I talked over there about the Six and the chaotic truth situation about her trying to meet too, he's like, I'm on team Six. She was clearly wrong about that. But cool, if that's who you rock with, that's how you rock with. Because there's a lot of dudes that they're gonna rock with the females no matter what. Because that's what they think. And this is the thing that really annoys the black men. Gotta stop. You gotta stop measuring your pro blackness by the how much you like black women. You should not. It's like, well, I love, like, nigga, you'll have niggas literally say in this space, I'm not sexually attracted to white women. Okay, that's fine. That don't make you more pro-black because you're not sexually attracted to white women. For all I know, you could be beating the shit out of black women. You don't like this idea that your sexual desire for white women is what, or lack thereof, is what makes you pro-black on your own, on its own. And this is where you hear dudes they really be proud to say that. Like they really be proud to say, and it's crazy, yo.
At the end of the day, we all know sex sells, and no other creature on this earth sells sex better than a fucking woman. So
Oh
if
yeah,
if the Nika Marie is showing her fucking tits and her legs and her body and her skin tight outfits and all that other shit, she's selling sex to you. She's not selling you anything that we have not already said. Her main thing is to sell sex to you.
and they all do
And,
it to varying degrees. I mean, Melanie King got caught for it.
she, I mean, Melody King selling sex to you. You guys are subscribed to because you like the way she looks. Deal with it. You guess what else proves that point? OnlyFans.
And
Guys will subscribe to an OnlyFans content creator because she says your name.
and the argument and the argument about, so here's my thing. This is what I would ask. Cause again, it always comes back to you coming down on black women, but you ain't got no smoke for her. The reality of the situation is folks would not have cared as much as folks would not have started. Like when I say folks, Jason Black started off by saying that the black manosphere created Pearl. This is a lie. If y'all wouldn't have said that, folks would not be really getting in the way of what y'all are doing. And dudes would not have nothing to say because everybody agrees that what Pearl said was at the very least stupid. And nobody in her coming back talking about she gonna get revenge on people, it don't help. But at the same time, if you get 110% of black African American people making constant videos on Pearl, you are not only not affecting her channel, you really might get your favorite YouTuber channels blown the fuck up. Remember, Jason Black lost, and this dude, like, where I came from, they didn't really support Jason Black like that. It was just somebody said it. But Jason Black already lost the channel. Understand that they don't,
Yeah,
they're not gonna, they would very much look at YouTube, could very much look at this and say this is cyberbullying. All of this collapsing on something, because if they come to the conclusion, Information Man said this too, most of the people on the board aren't black. Well, that's obvious, but cool. And I've said that most of the people that control, looking at channels look like Pearl, and we know the CEO is a feminist. So my thing is, if they look at you and they look at her and they see all of this and they start finding the source of this, what you think they could do? Now, sure, you can say it's white supremacy. That ain't, just like how Tommy Sotomayor says it's not fair they keep deleting his channel. That ain't gonna stop them from doing it. And you ain't gonna do shit about it if that's what they gonna do. Motherfuckers, even Jason Black's audience is not gonna quit YouTube for Jason Black. They not.
To be honest with you guys, and I'll just say this. And I'm just gonna say, do y'all want change or not? Do you want the message to get out there so that way there can be an effective change to change the direction that what's going on to this?
I'm convinced.
Right now. And if you want to, Pearl is the least of your worries because she is a useful fucking idiot. Yes, you may not have liked the fact that she had that white guy on and said some shit about fucking slavery, but guess what? She has a message that is actually geared towards men, not just black men, but all men. And if they do something to affect a man in a positive light, guess what? We can linchpin onto that as black men.
I'm convinced that if dudes had a choice between having a functional community and letting the street shit go, they wouldn't. And I'm convinced if dudes had, I'm not even saying let the pro black stuff go, but a lot of this kind of street pro black stuff that's going on, this YouTubian pro black stuff, because this is not real consciousness. And this is basically the myth of white womanhood. This is a zeitgeist of a black woman. They won't let it go. And the things that actually perpetuate a lot of the dysfunction, you could argue white people if like fan those flames and make it easier for that to be greased. But the things that we actively do, we're still doing. And so my thing is, it could be Andrew Tate, it could be whoever. The truth is, when it was Kevin, a lot of people forget that a lot of these pro blacks did not like Kevin Samuels. I don't know why y'all all acting like Kevin, everybody was like for him. It was actually a lot more noise about it. And what it sounded like to me is that, well, Kevin died, so now y'all ain't got nobody to make videos about in the algorithm. So now Pearl is a great opportunity to keep hitting her, and it's easier because it's not like y'all just hitting another black man that's got a daughter. No, y'all hitting just a white chick, y'all don't care. And again, that's what it is, easier for everybody to get in the line. So now people are going to use that as a purity test. And the reality is, the people that fuck with us don't fuck with most of these pro blacks anyway. So I'm not even worried about that. We have different audiences, and y'all think that these black dudes that are over there, like yeah, Anthony Brian Logan don't got, well, he probably got more black people than a lot of people because his size of his channel. Same thing with Brandon Tatum. Yo, it's like every black man has nothing but black people. That's not true, and that's y'all's bullshit. And but you got dudes that it's one of those things where if the space actually did disappear, they'd be some of the main ones crying, even though they the main ones kind of sowing those seeds, or they're backing people that's sowing the seeds. But
Well, guess what?
whatever with this. I want to get on the FD.
Well, guess what? They need to shut the fuck up and try to stop trying to blow up the fucking space.
Yeah,
Listen,
yeah.
listen. You support the content creators that has your vision in mind. If my vision is not your vision, don't support my ass. I'm fine with that. Fuck it. It is what the fuck it is. But don't fucking sit here and try to blow up this fucking space just because of this one chick who's not part of this space. She's never came from this space. She was never even invited into the space until Obsidian after the fucking fact.
Yeah, and we're the
That's
boogie.
just
Yeah,
to piss off some pro blacks.
yeah, we're the boogeyman. We're basically, see, just like how Tariq Nasheed uses FDA, because I've seen some stuff going on Twitter. In fact, that dude that really covered the African dude that really covered the passport bro situation with Austin Hollerman as far as what that Brazilian chick was doing. He actually had a video going that was really good, talking about Six and saying that Six is just as bad because she's making like African, like, sounds that Africans make. And I'm like, okay, I get it that she's black, so it's not like a white chick doing that, but that is cringe as fuck. Like, he's actually showing her doing that, and it's like, and I've always, you know me, look, I'm team we protect our shit, but I don't believe in. I also believe that we set the standard where you can't get mad at them calling you a Nakata and you just doing the tribalism stuff like on the other side. When the truth is, a lot of y'all, when it's convenient, will fuck with them. Like, y'all will spread the propaganda that a lot of these African, folks over the shade room and stuff, y'all will support that shit. See, when it's something telling y'all what y'all want to hear, y'all don't ever go against that. But now y'all want to do this, like, cause it looks bad. It really does. And he was showing this, and I didn't see none of this, like, at first. And then I saw it when he was playing this, and he was giving commentary on it. And this is a dude that took, by the way, this is an African dude that took up for Austin when he didn't have to. And he took up for Austin hard, and he had receipts. I'll email you the video, Art. But it's like, Tariq is mainly doing that because Tariq wants to Tariq is mainly doing that because Tariq needs to he doesn't really want to address the gender argument, which it's his right not to. But this is a way of people not asking him that question. And so a lot of folks understand the gender stuff we're dealing with, the man's rights stuff we're dealing with, or the black male advocacy, that's not profitable like that. Not like that, because a lot of the women don't like it. So you have to find a way to kind of deal with this in another way. And so we're just like how non-ADOS people get thrown under the bus on everything, tethers, all that stuff they like to say now. That's what they're trying. That's what they're trying to make us. And y'all can do that, but when the environment really hits the fan, y'all not gonna have no answers for these people. Y'all not, and y'all gonna look real stupid because these people eventually are gonna want some real answers because they're gonna look at some fast food solutions. And while we actually telling people the truth, y'all actually feeding them a daily diet of bullshit with some truth. Anyway,
Brian, your microphone is by your nose, so I can hear you breathing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, Sherlon, I think that's you say your name. Appreciate you for the cash out. You gave me 2 cash outs, so appreciate you. But yeah, I'm as far as Pearl, I'm done with this addressing this shit because it's just stupid to me. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. I added up O'Shea's videos, Art. So O'Shea, at the time of me adding it yesterday, because I was pushing that FD thing when he came up on there with BGS, he did 22 videos, and the videos has accumulated I did it on the stream, like 1 million views between both his channels, 1 million views at the time, and it was like 4 hours worth of content. Like, it was for me to add all the videos. No, my point is, like, is YouTube hustling, and it's like, at least 7 or 8 of those videos is after he had told King Riches he would not do more videos because he left out the fact that King Riches checked Pearl. you know. And so again, he's being called cool and this, and you know, King Richards had antagonists, you know, he's on and off when it comes to kind of this space. But the thing about it is those Brits over there, they're not the same as us. So when y'all say black people as if they fuck with you like that, that's bullshit. Tariq can't even go to the UK. So people conveniently leave that out because they care more about using her as a weapon. And that's not going to work, by the way, because eventually they're going to make y'all stop talking about her. Like you're not gonna keep on being it, especially the people that got a lot to lose. You saw with Sarah Garvey and his channel got hit, and people say, "Oh, it's a white." Fresh and Fit did the same shit. You know, eventually they're gonna go at y'all,
I mean,
and what you gonna do?
I mean, at the same time, if you're using someone's content,
That's
I
against the
don't know.
rules.
That's against the rules. You because they have free reign to say that you can use it, or they can flag you. Because I didn't watch the video. If he used something that came from her channel, guess what? It's the same thing with me. Because YouTube would tell me in my background would say, "Hey, someone use your content." Guess what I can do? I can flag their channel.
Or not.
She's well within her rights to do that if she chooses to.
Yeah, and like I said, Kevin gave a lot of people deference before he started doing that. And people got mad at that. Like again, it's like you got the YouTube business aspect of that, which can be on some bullshit, and then you got this social media high school nigga shit. Because most of y'all, like when people talk about how hurt they are and they're just so pro black, again, where is the pro blackism when you got people trying to like literally on a live stream talk about somebody sexually assaulting them verbally because you upset about how when the dude is married, when you're upset about how they saying what they saying, then get called out. Like this is the goofy shit. And it again, yeah, I got mad respect for Jada Black for not covering none of this shit, by the way. Like straight like that.
Yeah. Go ahead, Brian Murray. Make it quick because it's getting late.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to say one thing. I think the men who are getting kind of upset about the whole Pearl thing, black men in particular in this space, I think there's one thing I think they need to look at, and there's a video that BGS did about black boys being erased by white women. And I've seen this in my own family.
I'm familiar with it.
Yeah, my own.
They don't want to hear that shit, Brian. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm like, okay, just ask yourself, even if most of these white women think that slavery wasn't that bad, or they're ignorant about it, or they don't agree with reparations, if the data is showing that these women are raising better black boys, why does any of that crap matter?
Sir, that's the white man's data, and you're a coon for bringing that up. You know, good goddamn well you will be dropped from whatever. I would give you $50 to go on Wale's or some of them shit and just bring that shit up and see what happens. I mean, like them niggas will lose. You right, but they'll lose their minds. If you know, you understand it. If I even shared that video, they would be like, "Oh, BGS, I'm gonna dox him because this is a coon right here." Like that's what they're on. They wouldn't even like entertain that because they would see that as a direct attack on black women. Like, I can't believe you doing that. See, y'all love the white woman that much. You have the nerve to look at some data and say that you know what black women have been through. How dare you? That's literally like it's a valid point, but they would believe they would.
I'm looking through my damn feed right now, and all I'm seeing is either O'Shea or Pearl coming through my damn feed.
Oh, I've been oh yeah, because I believe in nip and tucking my channels, the ones that I do. I don't do that. I don't like and I saw shout out to whatever commenter said I'm tired of the Wendy's logo, bitch. I almost crashed my car. That's some funny shit. And I said all I saw was that shit. And I was like, yo, I had not unsubscribed, not interested. And then they tried to give me a video. And look, it is y'all know I kind of rock with O'Shea. I rock with O'Shea, but at the same time, it's like all y'all say shout out to Red Supreme. But Red Supreme is like this nigga said that. Now, granted, with him, he's not putting pro in the thumbnail. So that's what's pissing me off is the thumbnail. Now, if you got the name, whatever. But if you got the thumbnail, I don't want to see that shit. It's the same fucking picture too, by the way. The same, y'all all pulling from the same Pearl stock portfolio, like, you know, and she got other pictures. Even when they try to fade it to the black, it's the same picture. And it's like, yo, I didn't see her in my stuff except maybe on my shorts a little bit. And then with y'all. Oh man, like it is
It's the
flooded.
same comment photo. It's the same. If you
It
pull up the
is
name, it's the same comment
like,
photo.
what is it? A club that I don't belong to? YouTube pictures are, because y'all all pulling. It was the same thing with Kevin. It was always like the same two photos. So we know. And again, I'm not hating on that fully, but this I'm really more pissed off at the audience, because y'all, the content creators, are only going to be as accountable as the audience is going to be. And y'all are literally saying, well, why don't we hold black people accountable? No, black men in particular. Now, for the most part, it was black females on that shit, on Pearl shit, by the way. Just like how it's still black females that go on Fresh and Fit shit. Now, here's the funny part about that. Everybody came in Fresh and Fit for the most part. Everybody came in Fresh and Fit in this space. So if you want an example, O'Shea kicked them out low key, even though that he had no right to make that unilaterally. But everybody came in, because a lot of people like Donovan, all of that, right? So that's an example of everybody coming to somebody. And you had bigger creators like Auburn Preach. There was 3 times their size at that time. They still weathered that. That's number one. But number two, you still have black people and black women till this day go on that show, even after what happened with Asian Doll, even what happened to Tommy Sotomayor and that black chick, whoever side you want to take. Black women are still consistently on that show. Y'all don't say shit. Yeah, and I'm telling you, they wouldn't have black women on that show like that if they didn't have some semblance of black women watching it. So again, because there would be no points. And y'all don't say nothing, even though you'll have Tariq say Myron's a cornball. You'll have all them niggas talk about how lame and corny you are. Okay, so why you on that lame ass show? Nobody even, I ain't even saying you gotta come down on, like, you don't even ask the fucking question. But and really, when dudes go in there, y'all don't really say shit like that. So again, we've already done that. And if it does, same thing with Glennon, you can say what you want to with Glennon. Glennon still has his followers. You know, so it's bullshit, yo.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and dead this, and let's just go ahead and talk about FD signifier.
Yeah.
So we can go ahead and end this. So
Okay.
what do you want to say about FD? And shout out to Beef and Brock. He sent me a cash out. Appreciate you. But what do you want to say?
I want to activate a purity test. If you fuck with FD, you're not in the space. So DC, you want to chop it? I'm just playing. But that's the goofy
one last
shit.
thing about the pro-black issue, and I'll get off. Well, I just wanted to say that there is a concerted effort by conservatives to get like African American studies and stuff like that out of the schools. And like I said in the chat the other day, I met a white guy. He's a young white guy who didn't even know that black students had to be escorted by military guys to be integrated into the school. So it's been working. My problem is the pro-blacks will complain about having white people who are already saying they don't want to learn this stuff, to get it back in the schools, but then they won't address that black women themselves don't really, further along that type of education. Because I mentor a lot of young black men, and they don't even know half of the stuff.
Exactly.
So that's my problem. It's like,
it's our responsibility first.
Yeah, but that's all I'll say. Yeah. Good night, guys, and thanks, Art and Ed.
No, absolutely. And man, it should be in the schools. And I'm not gonna go on another soliloquy, but yeah, you're right. Because at the end of the day, they'd rather talk about queer and feminism. Now, to be fair, a lot, like 6 of them are not on that, but that's what a lot of these chicks. And this is why I'm gonna transition back to FD. The most goofiest shit FD said was on Bernard shit when he said that you're gonna need help from black women and queer. And I'm like, okay, let's take black women, put that aside for a second.
Wow.
Yo, dude, he and it wasn't like he's like, you're gonna need, first of all, you all are gonna need black women's help and queer. And I'm like, I'm thinking to myself, because there was a whole bunch of people. There was like 10 people in there, even Roger's in there. And so I didn't get a chance to really get off what I wanted to get off. And I didn't want to override Bernard because I didn't want to look like, I was ducking him after I was talking shit. So I got to ask some questions. But when he said that, my thing about this is, okay, let's say I agree with that. How would LGBT black folks help heterosexual black men? I need that explained. And then number 2, why would they? Because if the black community is more patriarchal and more conservative, they have less room to run. Like, I mean, for real. I mean, the more black men are in control of the community, the less ability they have to actually operate. And so they are actually invested in the dysfunction, even if it's from a structural standpoint, which is, and I find it funny that FD will try to talk about white supremacy, but he only sees white supremacy from a political standpoint. To him, there is no such thing as white supremacy in the left. Let him tell it. Even though gay folks could be some of the main ones that are racist, and even other gay black folks have said that when they want to tell the truth about that. So that's on Bernard stuff. As far as I'm gonna be honest with you, as far because I know you're trying to see. As far as I haven't even seen the BGS thing yet, because I went and did my own live stream in order to promote that, to promote people going over there. To ping the algorithm.
Yeah.
People saying yeah, because I wanted people to see that and know that I was there. So I got to cut that up. But the fact that if we're so irrelevant, the fact that because that's one thing FD was pushing. The fact if we're irrelevant, why are you over here? Why did Tommy come over here? Why did Mr. Lego come over here? Why are you over here with BGS? Because you didn't come to BGS first. You could have came to him first. You. Why are y'all over here if we don't have no impact? Truth be told, you probably FD probably got more of a white audience than he do a black audience. Exactly. So you can talk to other people like that. I mean, straight up, real talk. He could probably have a conversation with Pearl and really check Pearl in a way that's acceptable, but because he has a white audience and do some education because he has the degree. Or FD low key could have been the opposite. If you don't want to have somebody like Tariq that's going to straight dismantle Fuentes, you could have somebody like FD on there. But see, nobody.
I'm waiting for FD just to come on Dr. T.S. Johnson's page or Green
Gorilla
page or
Ronald
or Ronald Neal.
Hell, fucking Dennis. If you don't want to talk like there's a lot of people. You could talk to Dennis. You could talk to fucking MTR because even though MTR don't claim this space, Shaharazad Ali has been on his certified, at least how he communicates. There's a lot of people you could communicate, and that's a funny thing about people not claiming the space. Hell, fucking lead attorney. There's a lot of people. You can't say now it's about they don't got enough subscribers because that used to be the argument. Now it's plenty of people in Black YouTube that have their own podcasts and stuff like that. They could do that. But these people are ducking. So he comes in here trying to tell us how irrelevant we are, and we're irrelevant because we do what we do. Yet you're over here. He wants to talk shit about Passport Bros, which that's also another thing that's easy to beat up on Passport Bros because your black female audience don't like them. Most of your black male audience is on some. If you not real, that's why you gotta leave because they really believe, nigga. The majority of niggas that are Passport Bros has kids and have raised kids to adulthood. A lot of these dudes that are Passport Bros are at least travel, they were married and divorced. So y'all keep making up these fucking magical, I call them Urkel avatars.
Or they're already married and it got a foreign woman.
Exactly. Nobody really knows somebody that was as extreme as fucking Urkel. But everybody wants to act like that was normal to have people there. And that's the reason. It's the same thing with Passport, same thing with us. Everybody wants to claim these narratives. It's cool. It's entertaining. But here's the reality, though. The reality is what goes on the fucking ground. This petrodollar shit is really bothering me to a certain extent. But I'm not even talking about off anything BGS is saying. I'm talking about off what I'm seeing in Bing and stuff like that on my own research. The gas is obviously not going down, and y'all are goofy. And here's the thing I would say to black men and black women. Y'all are sitting here. The reason why a lot of motherfuckers really don't like Pearl is because here's the truth. Because she deals with black men and they, regardless what her views are, the sad part about this, and this is what Brian was kind of alluding to. The sad part is you could probably have a more functional relationship with somebody like that than the dysfunction that we got to deal with. As far as like stress level. Now, I'm not saying I necessarily would go for that, but the reality is it's a reason why every time you see, like with Jonathan Majors, everybody like that's what you get for dating a white chick, as if we don't have countless stories of black men getting fucked up by black women, either by lied on or dudes that are killing them, like as if that doesn't happen. The reality is you got these white women, you got these Latin women, and when they all need a man because shit hits the fan and they want a man of a certain quality as far as economics. Yeah, black men are going to get picked if they got the right numbers and the right this. Even Asian, shout out to Christian Hutchinson, who's a Chinese wife. And y'all, that angst is what's driving a lot. This is why they keep saying, oh, we're not protected. Oh, well, then fuck y'all protection. The reality of the situation is y'all have betrayed black boys. I don't fucking want to hear nothing about that. If y'all want to sit here and y'all want to be protected, y'all go with the nigga y'all chose to let nothing you and have your kid. If you got more than one, you go with that. That's your protection. If he don't want to fuck with y'all, you need to do what you need to do to get him to do that and submit to his program. If you don't want to do that, it is what it is. This bullshit why y'all want to use this Pearl thing. I'm done after this. This Pearl thing on some purity test, you need to prove to black women, or people want to sit here and say, oh, well, you got the smoke for black women, but you ain't got this. I'm like, y'all are basically taking y'all are taking all black men, putting it in one person and arguing against that, when y'all know good and well that people's relationship with black women are a lot more complicated. And again, with Pearl and FD, we've interacted with FD more than we interacted with Pearl. That's the funny fucking part about it.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
We've shared more FD shit and responded to more FD shit than we have Pearl. It's crazy, yo. Like, niggas don't even know who Courtney Ryan is. They don't know. Most of the dudes didn't even know who Rolo was.
They don't. But
anyway,
I was there last night before last, and I think you came in. You started early last and done what you said, but I was there. All FD did was
with FD,
take in fucking information. He really, because BGS kept that shit in order. So he really didn't have a chance to pull any of the stuff he tried to do. So if anybody thinks he came over here and he read us our fucking rights, you fucking insane.
Oh yeah, he tried to say on Bernard shit that he nailed BGS to the wall on something. This was before he came to BGS's channel, though.
Shit, he had nothing, and he had nothing to say about, because I watched that stream. Basically, he's a dumbass. He don't read. He has an ideology, and you could tell by how he talks. So as far as I'm concerned, that motherfucker.
This nigga went that 70 show with it.
That motherfucker talking about he's educated. No, motherfucker, you're not educated at all.
You're indoctrinated. There's a difference.
Exactly.
And they gave you that piece of paper. Yeah, at the end of the day, remember, all them fucking academics for the most part work for the white bitch. And that's what I find funny. Like, there's nobody, like, a lot of where we are, Brian will talk about education, them academics, and obviously FD is on the newer side of that, newer generation of that. But the academics that have come before, the people that he respects and admires, they basically completely fuck black people up as far as our orientation. And they inserted feminism, which is really what we deal with. I don't know where the fuck you pro-blacks think that there can be intersectional feminism. I know FD is not really pro-black, but intersectional feminism, and you actually have a community. You don't want to address this, and so you're not really serious. And all this outrage, all this, I can't believe this, I can't believe that. The manosphere is, people act like the manosphere has always been here and the pro-blacks are the underdog. No, you fuckers are the black church. Just like how y'all used to come at the black church for everything and everything was wrong with the black church and y'all didn't give the black church no credit, and y'all want to remix the civil rights movement when it comes to the black church. That's who the fuck you all are now. And just like how the black church has nothing but bitches in there, y'all ain't got nothing but bitches in there. And the reality is y'all loving up on these hoes, whether you got kids with them or not, ain't gonna change jack shit. That's what fucked up Anton. Anton let them chicks take over their shit he'd rather grow and deal with it later rather than setting the tone for what his shit was about. Because I'm gonna say this, I'm done. Here's the truth about Anton. I said this over there. I kind of said this over there. I'm gonna say it for real over here. And where Anton fucked up is Anton got this Anton don't even realize, he think because he married. I don't even think he know his wife like that. You are the best option for her. And when that changes, that's when the real thing is gonna be down. So you think you taking your wife and you taking your wife and you superimposing that on other black women, because what Anton wanted to say at first is all these chicks that are single mothers, it really because the nigga fucked up at some point. Then you hear over and over and over and over and over and over what's coming out their mouth and what they believe. And it's like, this is not in alignment with what my personal situation is or the people's around. So then you starting to realize that's why he having that R.P.L rage shit. But see, now you fucked up. They believe yo shit is they shit. What's mine is mine and what's yours is mine. That's how they approach themselves, and you let that fester that whole fucking time. And so this is why when Six said what she said and threw you under the bus and you trying to act like you got my phone, I got your phone number, we talk to each other, nigga, she was hustling your ass. Nigga, you are a lick to her. That is, I'm not trying to jump on her being on the pole and nothing like that, but that is how she saw you as a means to a motherfucking end. And if there was another opportunity, she would take it. And so the issue, I put that on Anton. Because you had these blue pill beliefs, and then by the time you really understood what is what, your channel really is run by hoes. And now you trying to wrestle that. But and here's the last thing. Here's the last thing. This was most important. Kevin helped you build that shit when he co-signed your shit. And here's the other thing. Those women all have platforms. Six had a platform. Real Talk with Yanni had a platform. B. Taylor has a platform. Lucky has a platform. And yes, they benefit from your platform. But at the same time, the women watch y'all because those other women are on there. Y'all wouldn't be getting no views like that if them other women weren't on there, because they see themselves being represented in their ideology and going up against y'all. That's why y'all let it go like that. So now when y'all try to orient it, y'all can't, because they're gonna pull away from you as soon as that shit, which is why Courtney left, which is why Six has had an issue, even though it kind of really blew up. And this Pearl shit is an opportunity to really reorganize stuff. Anyway, thank you for letting me rock. I know
you good. At the end of the day, what we find out is that there's a lot more blue pill motherfuckers in this space than we probably realize. Because at the end of the day, there should be no reason why this damn chick should be causing this damn much trouble. A lot of you motherfuckers in this space need to shut the fuck up. A lot of you motherfuckers in this space need to know what is what's real. And if you don't, then you need to know. At the end of the day, Pearl is just a useful idiot to push the message forward. Point blank, period. That is it. Yes, she's a dumbass fucking white girl who don't know fucking shit. Guess what? The people that are listening to her are gonna co-sign that shit, or co-sign the shit that's gonna help us move into a better place. Because guess what? Nobody else in the manosphere other than Kevin was on national news. Other than Andrew Tate. That's it. So this could be your chance to try to get someone to actually fucking listen to your fucking ass. If you want it. If not, blow this fucking space up. Destroy this space. It's up to you as the viewer. You decide. It's not up to me. You gotta decide. Anything like that, AA, before I end this?
No, you straight. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna shut it down. We end it on that note. That's what it is. That's what it's gonna be.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like I said, I'm done. FD's a dumbass too. He don't read. Fuck that dude. And I say it to his face in the most respectful way that I possibly can. But with that, I'm out. I'll holler at you guys later. Deuces.